My name is Samuel Thornfield, and I've served as a forest ranger for 17 years now. My duties include examining derelict mines in the Monongah National Forest, located in West Virginia. It's risky business, yet it's essential to ensure these forsaken shafts in the earth don't claim more lives. My father perished in a mine blast back in 1962. I was only 10 at the time. That tragedy made me vow I'd never venture below ground like he and my grandfather had. Yet somehow, I find myself devoting half my days to navigating shadowy passages, testing for methane leaks and potential collapses. Life has a way of twisting on you. On October 1st, 1978, the weather turned unusually mild. Foliage should have been shedding, but heavy mist enveloped the valleys each dawn instead, creating an eerie sense that the peaks were pausing in suspense. It was then that the report came in about Blackwater Mine H number 7. Deputy Rita Loud informed me via radio. I chuckled at first. I let out a heavy breath and gathered my supplies. Blackwater H number 7 sat 14 miles along a rutted track that scarcely qualified as a road. 2 decades earlier, an explosion there had taken 37 lives, with no bodies ever retrieved. The operators simply barricaded the portal and abandoned it. Area residents spun tales about the site, labeling it haunted and claiming malevolent forces dwelled within its depths. But I dismissed such notions. Mines pose plenty of hazards on their own. No need for spectral embellishments. The journey consumed 2 hours, twisting through dense woods that appeared to encroach more tightly with every turn. My CB radio hissed with interference before falling completely quiet. These ridges wreak havoc on communications. Upon arriving at the site, an unsettling vibe hit me immediately. The autumn morning hovered around 50 degrees, yet as I neared the entry, perspiration beaded on my skin. My gauge showed 78 degrees and rising steadily. The blocked entrance itself seemed off. Evident signs of recent tampering marred the concrete and steel seal. New scratches from tools etched the beams, and scattered soil lay in heaps close by. What fool would try forcing entry into a forsaken pit like this? I edged nearer and detected an odor that churned my gut. Acrid sulfur, reminiscent of spoiled eggs, but far more intense. Hazy distortions rippled in the air, akin to the mirages over sun-baked asphalt in July. None of it added up. It defied logic. I double-checked my kit: gas monitor, air supply gauge, handheld transmitter, distress signaler, all in order. Still, my fingers trembled slightly while I secured my helmet light. Quote 4. I reasoned inwardly. Quote 5. But as I neared the compromised wall, a sound chilled me to the core, faint scraping from within, as if claws were raking against rock. I ought to have retreated immediately, radioed for support, or urged the authorities to cement it over and move on. Instead, duty compelled me forward. I'd never shied from a routine check in all my years. A narrow fissure yawned at the barrier's base, just slim enough for a body to wriggle past. It looked like deliberate labor, perhaps spanning hours or even days. Jagged remnants bordered the breach, alongside ominous smears on the fractured slab that I preferred not to dwell on. I activated my lamp and contorted through the space. Beyond lay an inferno of heat, my exhalations visible despite the dampness soaking my uniform. Soot from ancient coal coated the surfaces, and the beam from my light vanished into obscurity after mere feet. From the ranger station, I'd retrieved a weathered logbook once owned by Ezra Blackwater, a rare escapee from the 1958 cataclysm. His script quivered across the pages, yet much remained legible. "This ain't right. What we uncovered in Shaft 7, crimson gazes peering from the seam. Henderson insists he glimpsed motion amid the gloom. Bosses order us to press on, but I'm warning we gotta evacuate. The ridge itself feels tainted." An asterisk followed. I skimmed ahead. The notes grew increasingly bizarre. "Lost 3 hands last shift. Management blames a methane surge, no blast occurred. Located their helmets, but the workers, gone without trace. And the seams burn feverish now, as if a flame within." The final note bore the date preceding the calamity. Damn, it whispered to me this afternoon. It uttered my name from the depths of the shaft, its tone resembling the scrape of rock on rock. "I'm pulling my crew out immediately after dark. The bosses can go to hell for all I care. Certain risks just aren't worth the paycheck." Yet Ezra failed to evacuate his team. The shaft blew up at dawn the following day. I pressed on along the primary vein into the heart of the ridge. My boots reverberated oddly, as if the noise were ricocheting from invisible barriers. The heat kept rising, 80 degrees, then 85. My methane sensor was freaking out, blaring alerts about dangerous gas buildup. That's when the tracks appeared. Recent boot marks pressed into the chilly powder, vanishing further into the darkness. What chilled me to the bone was their subtle luminescence, as though illuminated from below, and they radiated warmth. I crouched and hovered my palm above one. The rising heat was intense enough to fry an egg. I yelled. My words reverberated along the passage before fading. Then, from far within the peak, a reply drifted back. Quote 10, quote. It was barely audible, yet unmistakably a person's plea. Somebody was stuck down there. I snatched my radio, but only crackles responded. The distress signal failed, too. These peaks were infamous for scrambling transmissions, and being buried underground only amplified the problem. I faced a dilemma: retreat for reinforcements, or pursue the call into the depths. With someone injured and confined, they could perish before I trekked topside and returned with a search party. I trailed those eerie, glowing impressions. The passage descended, splitting into offshoots beyond my beam's reach. The surfaces bore odd scars, not the usual picks from excavation, but deep rakes resembling talons. A few stretched 10 feet high. "Help us, please." The plea grew nearer, emerging from a lateral shaft labeled 7 in peeling white lettering. Tunnel 7, just like in Ezra's log. I veered into it and slammed into a blast of warmth that stole my breath. My gauge hit 98 degrees. The atmosphere hung heavy, tough to inhale, laced with brimstone and an acrid tang like scorched follicles. 30 feet along Tunnel 7, I discovered them. 37 helmets positioned in a flawless ring. Within lay skeletons, dozens, fractured and strewn as if gnawed over decades. But they weren't ancient relics from 20 years back. Chunks of flesh still adhered to some, and at the ring's core, etched profoundly into the coal base, read the phrase, "Set us free." That's when the chuckling started, deep and resonant, akin to settling earth. Yet it carried cunning, spite, and it emanated from immediately at my rear. I whirled, my lantern slicing the gloom. Just bare stone and my ragged gasps filled the space. But the chuckling persisted, as if embedded in the rock itself. Quote 12. I bellowed. Quote 13. The mirth ceased. The ensuing quiet was more terrifying. Then they appeared. A pair of crimson points flickering in the shadows past my glow, eyes observing from roughly 50 feet ahead. Positioned, too elevated for any mortal gaze, perhaps 8 feet from the ground, and advancing. I groped for my flare, fingers trembling nearly enough to let it slip. As I ignited it and the crimson blaze erupted, flooding the vein, a sight unfolded that nearly shattered my sanity. A form composed of char and obscurity, towering 12 feet, vaguely humanoid. Its hide resembled animated anthracite, threaded with fiery lines like lava fissures. With each step, embers tumbled from it, sizzling on the ground. Worst of all was its visage. It bore a semblance of traits, a maw, nostrils, orbital hollows, but as if sculpted from fuel by an entity ignorant of human anatomy, and those scarlet orbs blazed like infernos. You came, it intoned, its timbre the grind of gravel. At last, one bearing chilled ichor in his arteries, I retreated, but escape was impossible. The entity, be it what it may, spanned the entire breadth. What manner of being are you? I barely murmured. I am starvation, it declared. I am the blaze smoldering under the massif. Your kin nourished me richly across the years, dispatching their offspring into my abyss. But they imprisoned me, and I have starved relentlessly. It motioned toward the skeletal ring at my back. These scraps sustained me scarcely. I crave abundance, vast numbers. And you? Yours is the lineage I demand. You're referring to the workers, those who perished in this pit. The entity dubbed hunger chuckled once more. Perished. Ha! Their ends were not swift. I relished every instant. Their terror, their agony, their dawning realization that no deity would intervene here. Exquisite. My flare was dwindling. Soon mere blackness would claim me alongside this abomination. But I erred in my vigilance, it went on. The blast wasn't caused by me. Your kind attempted to entomb me, to lock me away from succulent prey. They managed it briefly. 20 years, I replied, aiming to prolong the conversation as I pondered a way around the creature. 2 decades of subsisting on remnants, on the bewildered and the reckless who strayed too far. Yet now I've regained sufficient power to shatter my bonds. I require just a handful more spirits, spirits tainted with icy ash in their breaths, shadows in their souls. Spirits akin to yours, Samuel Thornfield. It uttered my name. How could it possibly know my name? Your father proved exquisite, it remarked, gauging my reaction. Franklin Thornfield. He endured 3 days until his cries faded. Fury struck me like a tangible strike. You deceptive fragment of filth, that the entity slew your father was no coincidence. I lured him far into the depths, precisely as I'm summoning you at this moment. He arrived of his own accord, convinced he could rescue his team, precisely like you arrived of your own accord, persuaded you could aid whoever was pleading for rescue. My flare sputtered and died. Amid the blackness, I sensed it drawing nearer. Every movement rattled the passage, and warmth emanated from its form. Quote 14, quote, it murmured. Quote 15, quote, I bolted. My headlamp's ray jerked erratically as I tripped along the path back down the shaft, yet I detected it trailing me. Not mere footfalls, but something akin to an avalanche blended with that rasping chuckle. I arrived at the primary passage and veered left, aiming toward what I trusted was the way out, though the corridor stretched endlessly. My beam illuminated identical ebony walls, identical bracing timbers repeatedly, as if I were trapped in a loop. I encountered a fork I had no recollection of. From earlier. 3 branches diverged in varied paths. Each appeared indistinguishable. From one emanated the melody of men chanting an ancient colliery ballad my father often murmured. Yet the tones rang vacant, reverberating as if from a deep shaft. From the next came the clamor of mechanisms, belts, and excavation gear. Despite the absence of electricity in this forsaken spot, the final branch lay quiet, though warm gusts poured from it, bearing scents of brimstone and smoldering coal. The chanting swelled. I now identified the melody. Dark as a dungeon, a classic Carter family lament on mining perils. But upon closer attention, the lyrics twisted. Gather round, all you novice diggers, and heed my tale. I'll recount the saga of Samuel. Indeed, he ventured to the ridge to liberate the trapped essences. But the ridge hungered fiercely. As ravenous as he found it, it beckoned me, exploiting my father's melody, my lineage's legacy to pull me further into its snare. Yet I recalled another detail from my father's tales, something regarding airflow and escape routes. I shut my eyes and sought the stir of currents. There, a subtle draft of fresher air from the mute branch. A flow indicated an outlet. I plunged into the obscurity, tracing the gentle wind and hoping it guided me topside. Rather, it guided me to perdition. The passage widened into an immense cavern absent from any mine charts I'd studied. My lamp's glow failed to span the distant boundaries, but its revelation churned my gut. Corpses, scores of them, aligned in orderly lines like a macabre orchard. Some reduced to skeletons, others appeared freshly deceased. Each clad in attire from varying periods, overalls from the 1950s, hiking outfits from the 1970s, even garb resembling a Civil War uniform. This abomination had been nourishing here for more than 100 years. And upon that throne perched the frozen. And upon that throne perched the frozen fiend in its full terrifying splendor. Nearby, I discerned it with greater clarity, its frame perpetually morphed, chunks of coal sloughing off only to regenerate from inside. The blaze coursing its vessels throbbed like a pulse, and its gaze blazed with an ancient, voracious, profoundly alien cunning. Quote 16, it declared. Quote 17, circling the throne, shapes stirred in the gloom. Initially, I mistook them for additional casualties of the fiend, but the reality proved far grimmer. They were the colliers from 1958. Every one of the 37, still in their work clothes, still gripping their implements, but their gazes were vacant voids, and their flesh bore the hue of chilled ash. "They obey me now," the fiend intoned. "In this realm." Demise marks not conclusion. It heralds merely the onset of unending servitude. One of the lifeless colliers advanced, even dusted with cold ash across his features and his eyes turned to shadow. I knew him from a faded image my father once displayed. Quote, 18. The corpse uttered in a rasp like scraping stone. Quote, 19. It was my dad, Franklin Thornfield, Gone for 16 years now, right there in front of me, one of the devil's thralls. "Dad," I murmured, the word barely audible. "No father left in me now, son," he rasped. "Only another spirit chained to this mountain, and you'll be with us before long." The icy demon lifted from its seat, rising to its immense stature. It looked even more horrifying up close. 15 feet high, or taller, its limbs terminating in talons forged from smoldering coal. "I have waited long enough," it declared. "I have subsisted on remnants and gradually amassed my power. But this night I shall escape. This night I shall stride the world above and seize what belongs to me by right." "The entire mountain chain," I questioned, retreating against the chamber's wall. "The entire planet eventually. But starting here, with this peak. Every shaft, every ravine, every lineage that ever dispatched a young man into the depths, they will all bow to me, just like these souls." The deceased miners started advancing, encircling me. Their tools, pickaxes and shovels, flashed in the flames, and it hit me that they meant business. Those undead were set on ending me, swelling their numbers with my corpse. But I had no intention of enlisting in my old man's spectral legions so soon. A detail from Ezra Blackwater's log sprang to mind, something tied to Tunnel 7 and the day prior to the blast. He'd noted pulling his crew to safety, ignoring the company's orders. Suppose the detonation hadn't been mere chance. Suppose it was Ezra's bid to destroy this abomination. I scanned the room with fresh eyes. The walls bore fissures and burns, as if from a tremendous blast. Yet those fissures aligned in a deliberate design, directing energy straight to the chamber's heart. Ezra had aimed to obliterate the coal demon. He hadn't succeeded, but perhaps he'd left it vulnerable. That could explain the 2 decades it took for the creature to rebuild its might and resume its pursuits. I drew my final flare from my kit and raised it aloft. "Here's the truth," I shouted, louder than called for. "You're not half as mighty as you act. That 1958 blast wounded you deeply and you haven't healed completely." The demon's gaze blazed fiercer. "Idiot, I endure forever. I am the inferno deep within the soil. Then why remain trapped in this single pit? Why delay your breakout?" For the first time, a shadow of doubt crossed that etched onyx visage. "You require a specific lineage," I pressed on. "Your own words. Not every spirit suffices. It demands miners' descendants, folks with coal grit woven into their ancestry, the only kind able to release you." The ghostly miners froze in place. My father's apparition stood motionless too, attentive. "But consider this," I added, extracting the compact explosives I kept for urgent shaft-clearing tasks. "I'm the son of Franklin Thornfield. Cold dust courses through me across 4 generations. And I'm commanding you to return to the pit you crawled from." I hurled the flare toward a heap of discarded gear and lunged for shelter as the demon bellowed in fury. The ensuing blast wasn't sufficient to bury the room, but its thunder echoed for miles. And in these heights, noise like that stirs slumberers dormant since 1958. The detonation awakened a response from the mountain core. I sensed it before the sound hit, a profound vibration that began in my core and surged through the stone. The demon's lair started crumbling. Massive boulders plummeted from overhead, as if the peak sought to pulverize its hidden tenant. The beast itself wailed, a shriek like rending iron. The burst had flung glowing embers throughout the space, and every fragment, detached from its form, sapped its vigor. Quote 25, it thundered amid the descending debris near its perch. Quote 26, abeam, eroded by years of blistering warmth and strain, buckled and slammed into the demon's torso. It couldn't slay the entity. I doubt anything truly could, but it anchored it down as the cavern buckled further around us. The spectral miners disintegrated as well, dissolving into soot and gloom. My father's shade met my gaze once more, and briefly, those voids in his sockets held a spark of life. "Run, Sammy," he breathed, his tone echoing the one from my boyhood days. "Run and stay away forever." Then he vanished, dispersed like cinders on the breeze. I bolted down the passage as the mountain roared its collapse in pursuit. The exit path felt less obstructed, as though the demon's grip on the tunnels was fracturing with its frame. My light caught known markers, the fork where the chants had echoed, the place of those luminous tracks. The opening loomed near when a final utterance reached me from the crumbling depths. Not the demon's tone, but something far more ancient. It felt like the voice of the mountain speaking. "Rest now. Dream of shadows, but stay asleep forever." I wriggled past the crack in the concrete wall right as a massive blast rocked the peak. This rumble was more intense, profound, as if a core element deep in the planet's framework had just realigned. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw the opening vanish. The tunnel mouth had caved in entirely, buried under heaps of stone and rubble. The trek back to my vehicle lasted 6 hours. Once I was 2 miles from the highway, my radio crackled to life, and I reported hazards from shaky terrain and tremors. No one batted an eye. These ancient ridges were always adjusting and subsiding. 3 days on, a team of state geologists verified that the zone near Blackwater Mine Shaft 7 was far too hazardous for any building or digging. They labeled it off-limits indefinitely and set up caution markers across a quarter-mile perimeter. I kept the true discoveries in that pit to myself. Who'd take it seriously? Still, I applied for a reassignment to above-ground tasks exclusively. And I haven't set foot in another subterranean operation since. On certain still nights, my dad's voice drifts to me on the breeze. Not that eerie, powdery specter, but the genuine article, like when I was a decade old. He's alerting me to danger, though the message stays just out of reach. And on autumn evenings, when mist creeps into the valleys, a whiff of brimstone lingers in the atmosphere, subtle, reminiscent of spoiled eggs. That icy fiend is locked away, at least temporarily. Perhaps for good, perhaps not. One fact I'm sure of. These hills hide other shafts, other blocked passages harboring entities that could be dormant in the gloom, poised for the foolhardy soul who pries too deep. I compile a record of them these days, every site with odd mishaps or abrupt closures lacking full probes. There are plenty, more than most realize, and I ensure folks steer clear because certain secrets belong underground, even if it leaves the lost souls above unrested as well. Some portals are best left shut, regardless of the pleas echoing from beyond. Yet on hushed evenings with the haze settling heavy and the ridges drawing nearer, I question whether I truly halted the threat or merely delayed it until a far graver horror slithers forth from the abyss below. That cold demon named itself starvation. But I suspect it was merely the prelude, since appetite doesn't truly perish. It simply bides its time. I'm Catherine Millbrook, a forest ranger with 13 years under my belt. Prior to that, I spent 8 years in special education classrooms. Folks often wonder why I'd trade guiding children for safeguarding woodlands, but honestly, I never left the kids behind. I simply relocated my lessons to the Cherokee National Forest. These days, I patrol the Joyce Kilmer Memorial Forest mostly. It's an extraordinary spot, among the final untouched woodlands in the east. Certain trees here tower over 400 years strong, standing beside a tulip poplar that sprouted before Columbus's ships arrived, reshapes your sense of history. I went mostly deaf in my left ear at age 7, thanks to a kid's sickness. Many assume that complicates woodland duties, but it sharpens other senses at times. Imperfect hearing teaches you to observe differently. The play of sunlight on foliage, shifts in animal behavior signaling trouble, the subtle tension in the breeze heralding rain. September 1984 was meant to be routine. A group of young campers was due, 12 from Knoxville, 10 to 14 years old. We run these outings thrice annually. Urban youth spend a week immersing in the outdoors. They thrive on it. Crisp breezes, woodland paths, bunkhouse nights. City lights have blinded most to true starlit skies. The bunch showed up on Tuesday, a cluster of eager, beaming kids tumbling from a yellow bus. Their chaperone, Mark Stevens, was a fresh-faced 22-year-old on his debut outing here. He came off jittery but keen to succeed. "Miss Millbrook," he greeted, clasping my hand firmly. "We're grateful to be here. These children haven't stopped chattering about the adventure for weeks." I grinned. Plenty of wonders await. This woodland holds magic. These giants shaded Cherokee youngsters playing beneath them 300 years back. After settling into their lodges, we convened at the campfire circle for the intro session. I kick off everyone identically, laying out guidelines, emergency protocols, local fauna to watch for. Mainly bears, occasional bobcats, harmless with precautions. The key directive, I stressed, was sticking together, no solo jaunts. The woods stretch farther than they appear. Folks have vanished for days in these thickets. A girl around 12 piped up with a question. "Has anyone young ever gone missing here?" I hesitated. Whispers of incidents had circulated through the decades. There were a handful of reports about missing folks, though most ended up being youngsters who'd headed home ahead of schedule or been collected by family members without notifying anybody. "Folks can easily lose their bearings out here," I explained. "That's the reason for sticking with the buddy system." That initial evening unfolded ideally. A starry sky overhead, a cozy blaze crackling, with the children toasting marshmallows and firing off queries about the woodland. Mark appeared to unwind as the night progressed. Prior to lights out, I circled the campsite perimeter, following my usual routine. All seemed in order. Yet as I neared the camp's boundary, a noise halted me in my tracks. The chatter of children engaged in what sounded like a playful chase. It echoed from the heart of the woods, perhaps a quarter-mile distant. I tallied the group by the flames. Every one of the 12 was present. Mark was in the midst of sharing spooky tales. So whose voices rang out from the trees? Snatching my flashlight, I headed in that direction. The giggles intensified, then cut off abruptly. Utter quiet descended. Not even the crickets chirped. Returning to the site, I noticed Mark's anxious expression. "All good?" I brushed it off. "Figured it was just some commotion," I replied. Likely from another group's spot. Deep down, I knew no other campsites existed within 8 miles. Come dawn, Mark had vanished. During my early morning rounds at 6 a.m., his sleeping bag lay vacant. His pack remained behind. His boots sat near the entrance, but there was no sign of him anywhere. The children grew bewildered and frightened. Tommy McReynolds, a reserved kid sporting heavy lenses, approached as I coordinated the hunt. "Quote 31, he murmured. Quote 32. "What exactly did you hear, Tommy?" Quote 33. I crouched to meet his gaze. How did those voices sound? Like peers our age, yet somehow ancient. It sounded odd, but I contacted headquarters via radio regardless. They dispatched 2 additional rangers and a tracking canine. The entire day went into scouring for Mark. We spotted a trail of prints veering into the thick underbrush, only for them to halt as if he'd evaporated on the spot. As dusk fell, we paused the effort until daylight. The kids were terrified and eager to leave, though the transport wouldn't arrive before Friday. I alerted their school about the incident. That's when Joseph Blackbear arrived. Joseph, a Cherokee senior occasionally aiding our heritage workshops, was around 60, with flowing silver locks and a piercing stare that missed nothing, raised on the ancient tales dismissed by many as myths. "Word of your issue reached me," he remarked, settling near my quarters. I recounted Mark's disappearance, Tommy's account of the calls, and the trail that dead-ended. Joseph inclined his head thoughtfully. "It's September," he noted. "The equinox approaches. That's their peak time. Who's active and when? Underscore. Quote underscore 37 underscore. The legends were familiar to me. Cherokee lore spoke of diminutive ashen creatures inhabiting the peaks, blind to sunlight and once banished by forebears. Skeptics chalked it up to encounters with initial European pioneers. "Joseph, this is a genuine case of someone gone missing." His gaze turned grave. "Isn't it for me as well?" That evening, I kept the youngsters confined to their shelter. I stationed myself on the veranda, flashlight and radio at hand, scanning the shadowy tree line. Near midnight, the sounds returned. Youngsters frolicking, chuckling, engaging in a lively pursuit. Now I discerned phrases. "Join our game. Seek us out." We've lingered here ages. The tones were unmistakably youthful, but Tommy nailed it. There lingered an archaic quality, as if young ones struggling to recapture innocence. I advanced cautiously toward the noise this time. The merriment drew me farther into the night-shrouded woods than any prior venture. The ancient trees loomed enormous, their bases so broad that a circle of 5 couldn't encircle them. Lunar light scarcely filtered to the forest floor. Abruptly, they appeared. 3 youngsters, around 8 or 9, forming a ring beside an inscription etched into a toppled trunk. Their complexions gleamed ethereally under the moon, nearly luminous. Locks of platinum, verging on metallic sheen. Attired in rudimentary garb, tunics and leg wraps that appeared crafted by hand, their gazes, though, were pure ivory, devoid of irises or hue, simply blank. One tilted its head upward and grinned. "Greetings, Catherine. We've anticipated your arrival. Flight should have been my choice. Every fiber urged retreat, yet they resembled mere offspring, tiny and wan, exuding an inexplicable melancholy. "Where's Mark?" I demanded. "Mark's joined our play," the female replied. "He enjoys the concealment pursuit. Care to join?" I need to lay eyes on Mark. The trio tittered. "He's concealed masterfully." Took the whole day to grasp, but he's adept now. They parted, revealing their focus. The felled timber bore scores of engravings. Certain ones appeared recent, while others, weathered by time, were scarcely legible. I spotted several names from old missing persons files, like Mark Stevens, etched in letters that seemed only a few days fresh. How on earth? Glancing up, the kids had vanished. Only silver moonlight, dancing shadows, and fading giggles echoing off into the woods remained. I dashed back to base and got on the radio for reinforcements. I insisted on a complete search unit and possibly federal agents. Things felt deeply off in Joyce-Kilmer Forest, yet in my gut, I realized no team would locate Mark Stevens. Not after where he'd ended up. Come morning, 2 additional rangers showed up with a state police investigator. I shared the details, skipping the bit about the spectral kids. Even to my ears, that sounded insane. The investigator, a no-nonsense type called Martinez, questioned every child. Tommy's account of forest whispers lined up with reports from 3 others. They'd all caught sounds of kids calling and frolicking once the lights went out. Children's minds run wild when they're frightened, Martinez noted, though her unease was plain. Adults don't simply disappear without a whisper. By midday, we tracked down that log from the previous night. The inscriptions stood out boldly. Martinez snapped pictures and summoned experts from forensics. "These markings stretch back through the years," she observed, eyeing the etchings. "They might link to a string of unsolved mysteries." I kept quiet about Mark's name materializing since dusk. That night, Joseph Blackbear returned. He carried bundles of sage and tiny sculpted rocks, which he arranged near our site. "These are wards for safeguarding," he clarified. "They can't halt the forces, but they could buy us time." "Halt what?" Martinez pressed. Joseph met her gaze steadily. "The moon-eyed children. For 3 centuries they've lured folks from these woods. Typically a lone soul or pair, spaced out over seasons. But now it's different. They're growing fearless." Martinez doubted it, yet the log's evidence lingered. Inscriptions from the 1800s onward. Clearly this phenomenon carried a deep-rooted legacy. As night deepened, I gathered everyone into the central lodge. The young ones, fellow rangers, Martinez too. Cramming 16 souls in one space beat scattering into the dark. Near 10 p.m., their song drifted in, a soft lullaby, tender and soothing, right beyond the walls, young voices blending in flawless harmony. The tune enchanted, yet twisted somehow, as if reversed in flow. "Rockabye, baby," up in the branches. When the breeze sighs, the bough gently sways. Tommy edged to the pane. "That's them," he breathed. Peering out, I counted them. Not just 3, but 12. Lads and lasses of differing sizes, all bearing that eerie, luminous pallor and blank white stares. They formed a neat ring encircling the building, chanting and rocking as one. And if the branch snaps, the cradle tumbles, dropping baby, cradle, everything. Inside, a girl called Sarah drifted toward the exit. Sarah, stay put. I seized her wrist. Her eyes held a faraway glaze. They're inviting us to join the fun. They've waited in solitude forever. Two more youngsters stirred for the threshold, then a trio. The moon-eyed one's influence gripped tight. No one steps out, I bellowed. Martinez, lend a hand. But she gaped through the glass, stunned. Actual kids are out there. How? The chorus swelled. More of ours shuffled like entranced wanderers. A few grown-ups wore vacant looks, too. Joseph began a rhythmic Cherokee incantation, igniting the sage. Its fragrant haze permeated the air. Gradually, the children halted their advance. Beyond, the melody ceased. The moon-eyed figures now scowled. A lad, looking about 10, approached the glass. Quote 38. His words pierced sharp and true. Quote 39, quote 40, I replied. Quote 41. The boy grinned, revealing fangs oddly keen. Quote 42, then poof, they dissolved into mist. But in the soil of their circle, words appeared. 3 days till new moon. That's when we select. Martinez fixed on the warning. What unfolds after 3 days? Joseph's face hardened. The veil thins between realms. They'll claim anyone they desire. Through the wee hours, I plotted our escape. These children had to flee the woods. Trouble was, the transport lagged another 2 days, and instinctively I sensed the moon-eyed wouldn't pause. Dawn brought chaos piling on. Our comms failed outright. The outpost got no signal from us. Martinez's unit spat only crackle. The backup sat phone went silent, too. They're sealing us in, Joseph warned, severing ties to the world beyond. Even graver, the woodland shifted unnaturally. Familiar trails vanished into dead ends. Trees relocated in the span of hours. I'd swear to it. The brook by the lodge ran counter to gravity, uphill. Martinez wouldn't stop repeating that it couldn't be real. Water simply didn't run uphill. Yet there it was, defying all logic. As night approached, half of the dozen children under my care began behaving oddly. They murmured among themselves and gazed into the woods with a yearning that chilled me. Tommy showed the most dramatic change, sketching eerie images of ghostly kids and turning away from his meals. When I pressed him on it, he whispered, quote 43. Quote, he claimed they promised games unlike any we'd known, endless ones that stretched on without end. I resolved right then that we couldn't rely on the delayed bus. We'd push through the wilderness and escape that very night. But our attempt failed spectacularly. The familiar route to the highway had disappeared entirely. No matter which way we turned, the trees only thickened, drawing us further into the depths. We were ensnared. With night fully descended, the moon-eyed children re-emerged, their numbers swelling to dozens. They lurked amid the trunks like spectral figures, their blank white eyes fixed on our shelter. One small girl, no older than 7 in appearance, advanced from the group. Though her form suggested innocence, her words resonated with an ancient timbre. "I'm Ayana," she announced. "I represent the forest's lost young ones. We've amused ourselves in solitude for far too long. Now we seek fresh companions." Heart pounding, I ventured out to confront her, ignoring the primal urge to flee. "These youngsters aren't yours to claim," I declared. Ayana cocked her head curiously. "Every child belongs to us, Catherine. That's the ancient rule, the one the woods enforce." "What exactly are you?" We embody the essence of youth that endures beyond its time. For 3 centuries, we've repeated our simple pastimes. Hide and seek, chase, the circle dance with the posy, but such diversions sparkle brighter with newcomers. Her companions erupted in eerie tittering, slapping their palms together. The noise grated, glee stripped of any true spark, mirth devoid of joy. "Where's Mark?" I pressed urgently. "Mark has embraced our play," she replied. "Care to witness it?" The surrounding trees stirred to life. Not mere rustling, but deliberate motion, roots propelling them like enormous limbs. They encircled us slowly, limbs interlocking to form a canopy above. At the heart of this barrier, the soil parted, not torn open, but drawn back, as if it were mere fabric. Beneath lay a cavernous void, bathed in a gentle, ethereal luminescence. And in its midst sat Mark, clapping hands in rhythm with 3 moon-eyed playmates. He appeared unchanged from his vanishing, save for his gaze, now a matching void of white, devoid of color. "Mark," I called to him below. He glanced up, grinning and beckoning eagerly. "Hello, Miss Millbrook. Join us? We're picking up something new. It's a blast." His tone rang familiar yet hollow, like a faint reverberation of the boy he'd been. "Ayanna continued," I countered. Ayanna retorted. From behind, the cabin creaked as its door swung wide. The entranced youngsters shuffled out, drawn toward the chasm in a trance-like march. I lunged to halt them, but Ayanna lifted her palm commandingly. She proposed. I glanced at Tommy, Sarah, and the rest, poised at the brink. Poised to leap into the glow beside Mark. Ayanna's lips curved into a knowing grin. "The game of echoes. We'll conceal ourselves among the trees and emit noises. Locate every one of us solely by those cues. Succeed in unearthing all 6 ere the moon dips below the horizon. And your young ones are liberated." I tilted my head skyward. The lunar orb had traversed half its arc. Perhaps 3 hours remained. And should I falter? You become one of us too, indefinitely without cease. My mind raced through my dozen years navigating these wilds, the 8 I'd devoted to guiding children with unique needs, the countless moments I'd strained to discern faint sounds despite my impaired audition. "Very well. I agree." The moon-eyed ones dispersed into the underbrush like fading murmurs. Armed with my light and survival instincts honed as a ranger, I pursued these ageless phantoms versed in evasion for ages. Yet they'd overlooked a crucial detail: my partial deafness. The impairment in one ear had sharpened my ability to isolate and trace audio sources in manners inaccessible to most. Spotting the first proved straightforward. A light-hearted snicker emanated from behind a towering oak, her concealment half-hearted at best. I tapped her arm softly. ___, quote _69 ___, I murmured. She beamed before dissolving into vapor. The next demanded more effort. Avian mimicry drifted from the branches above. But I recognized the unnatural polish in his imitation. Flawless, yet artificial. The third and fourth attempted deception by overlapping cries from a single spot. Yet, my attuned senses distinguished the subtle shifts in proximity and bearing. Dual origins, not singular. 2 hours in, I'd secured 4, but the remaining pair fell eerily mute. That's when Joseph's lesson on Cherokee tracking methods resurfaced in my thoughts. If the prey falls silent, you sense tremors through the soil. I dropped to my knees and laid my hand flat against the dirt. Sure enough, faint pattering footsteps circled me in loops. One of the little ones was amusing herself with a solitary game of Ring Around the Rosie, zipping by so quickly she blurred into motion. "Found you," I murmured, extending my arm to graze her as she darted close. Just one remaining. Half an hour before the moon dipped below the horizon. That final child was sharp. She'd frozen in place, utterly motionless and soundless. No rustles, no shifts, no quivers in the earth. Yet from 8 years in special ed classrooms, I knew youngsters always betray their hiding spots eventually. Shutting my eyes, I tuned into the woodland sounds. Breezes rustling foliage, a nearby brook gurgling, an owl's distant hoot, and then breaths. Deliberate, restrained inhalations from someone straining to stay undetected. I snapped my eyes open and gazed upward. Hanging inverted from a limb like some nocturnal creature, there she dangled, struggling to muffle her own respiration. "Found you," I repeated. Ayanna materialized at my side, just as the final child dissolved into mist. "You've claimed one, Catherine Millbrook. Your young ones may depart now, and Mark." Mark opted to remain. He enjoys our pastimes these days, though we'll uphold our pact. The woods gradually reverted to their usual state. Displaced trees settled back into position. The rivulet resumed its natural downward course. In the valley below, I spotted Mark waving farewell while the ground sealed shut above him. The influenced children stirred, glancing about in confusion, as if rousing from a deep slumber. Quote 73. Tommy wondered aloud. Quote 74. Come dawn, our communications crackled back to life. The path leading to the highway materialized once more. That afternoon, when the transport arrived, I dispatched the group homeward, advising their guardians to arrange therapy sessions for the ordeal of their absent guide. Martinez wrapped up her probe. The evidence squad detected genetic traces on the fallen timber from various vanished individuals spanning years. It sparked a significant advance in long-dormant investigations. Even without recovering remains, Mark Stevens got classified as lost, assumed deceased. His relatives organized a remembrance gathering. I lingered in Joyce Kilmer Forest. With Joseph's guidance, we installed enduring warding signs at every access point. We brokered an official ceasefire with Ayanna. The wandering young could retain their secluded territory, provided they steered clear of designated paths. Half a year has passed since then. The woodland lies serene, tranquil, ordinary. Yet, on moonless evenings, faint giggles still echo from afar, those timeless young ones at their endless play, hoping for another playmate. I keep my communicator handy and my light source powered, aware that deep within the shadowed nooks under those timeless oaks, Mark Stevens continues his patty cake rounds, grinning with those vacant, pale eyes locked in boyhood eternally. And the wandering children persist in seeking fresh companions for their diversions. The woods hold on to every secret, and certain pursuits endure without conclusion. I'm Dorothy Farweather, and for 18 years I've served as a park ranger. 2 decades of hauling stranded trekkers from sheer drops, mending fractures and cave-ins, and coaxing frightened ascenders away from perilous outcrops they had no business attempting. I've memorized every noise the Red River Gorge produces. Gusts howling past sandstone spans, torrents cascading across boulders post-rainfall, voices reverberating off sheer ravines. But the cries of that woman piercing the chilly March dawn in 1975, she'd been tumbling through time for more than 100 years. I was sipping coffee at the outpost when the alert buzzed in. Sally's transmission fizzed across the airwaves from the info hub, a dozen miles distant via Serpentine Ridge paths. ___, quote _75, ____. I placed my cup aside and snatched my coat. Spring in Kentucky brought swift shifts in the skies. Clear skies at sunrise, tempests by midday, frost come dusk. I collected my first aid supplies and climbing equipment. After my identical sibling perished in a drowning at 16, I'd trained as a medic prior to entering Ranger service. Sarah had slipped from my grasp, but I'd devoted 18 years to ensuring others' kin returned unharmed. The journey to Panther Creek spanned 40 minutes along routes that snaked like shattered limbs. Towering calcite bluffs soared 200 feet skyward on either flank, draped in dense hemlocks that filtered out much of the daylight. Midday, there evoked early evening gloom. I pulled up at the path's start and tested my radio. Reception was spotty, as usual, amid the chasms. The rock faces distorted acoustics, scattering calls to seem omnipresent or illusory. What struck me immediately was the hush, unnaturally still. No avian calls, no rodent scurry, zilch. From my field work, such abrupt quiet in the trees signals trouble. I proceeded along the primary route to Panther Creek, pausing at intervals to strain my ears. The trail snaked through massive rocks that had tumbled down from the cliffs ages ago. Some of them were as large as buildings, forming shadowy nooks and tunnels perfect for concealing whatever might lurk. About 20 minutes along, the sound reached me, a woman's shrill, frantic cry echoing from high above. "Help somebody, please help!" I scanned the sheer rock wall overhead. It was sheer sandstone, too steep for anyone to scale without proper equipment. The total opposite side. I'm tumbling the total opposite side. I'm tumbling down. Oh God, I'm falling. Chills prickled my skin. No natural reverberation I'd encountered bounced like that. Noises just didn't leap across the ravine that way. I grabbed my radio. "Sally, Dorothy, here. Position at Panther Creek. Hearing calls for aid, but can't pinpoint the source. Seems like it's originating from the cliff." Only crackle came back. The device had gone silent. For the next 3 hours, I combed through each cavern, every outcrop, every conceivable shelter. I came across weathered campsites, litter discarded by thoughtless trekkers, and even a discarded climbing line from some past mishap. But no individual, no footprints, no evidence of recent presence. All the while, the cries persisted, flitting about the canyon as if carried on the wind. At moments, it rang so near I could almost reach out to it. Other times, it faded to a distant murmur. Yet it remained that single voice, a terrified woman pleading desperately for rescue. As daylight began to wane, the chills set in quickly. I realized I needed to retreat before nightfall, though abandoning the area felt like a betrayal. There was clearly someone in peril out there. That's when her tone shifted from raw shrieks to actual phrases. Quote 78, it murmured, so near it seemed like a puff against my ear. Quote 79. I whirled about. Empty space, only the lengthening dusk weaving among the boulders. I bolted toward my vehicle, my first aid knowledge clashing with raw, instinctual terror. My fingers trembled, turning the key. In the side mirror, I could have sworn a pale shape lingered on a protruding shelf along the cliff, a shelf I'd inspected 2 times over and confirmed deserted. When I twisted for a clearer view, only bare rock and encroaching twilight remained. Come morning, I headed to town to sift through the community paper's records. If this was some cruel prank, I needed details. If genuine distress, I had to track it down. Mrs. Chen, the archivist, assisted in retrieving issues spanning 50 years. Searching for particulars, Dorothy? Accounts of auditory illusions in the ravine, disappearances, those sorts of entries. Her expression turned odd. You ought to consult old Ezekiel McDougal. He's got more tales about that spot than anybody. I located Ezekiel on his front steps carving a chunk of cedar. At 72, he'd spent his entire existence amid these peaks. His great-grandfather had emigrated from Scotland in the 1842nd. Mr. McDougal, Dorothy Farweather, park ranger. Curious if you've come across legends of cries at Panther Creek. His blade halted, those faded blue eyes fixed on me, piercing unusually deep. So you've encountered her, the woman who wails for the lost. A chill settled in my gut. What exactly do you mean? My grandmother named her a bean seedy, a banshee from the ancient words. She foretells approaching doom. Has ever since our kin first arrived. He placed his carving aside. What message did she give you? I recounted the auditory oddity, the baffling shifts in direction, the phrases about descending rocks. He inclined his head as if familiar with every detail. She's been issuing alerts to passers-by for more than a century. Trouble is, most dismiss her as the threat rather than the harbinger. He rose gradually, bones protesting. Step in. Let me share something. His parlor brimmed with aged volumes and picture collections. He fetched a hefty dossier and laid out documents on the low table. Newspaper excerpts, personal correspondence, faded images, too. 1876, he indicated a brittle headline. Landslide at Panther Creek claimed 5 from one family. 3 days prior, reports surfaced of a female scream in the chasm. He indicated further. 1923. Cave-in buried 4 miners. The preceding week, the sobbing woman returned. 1952. Sudden deluge overtook a congregation's outing near the stream. Same voice, identical cautions. The pattern continued. Roughly every several years, sightings of the howling female emerged. Soon after, disaster unfolded in the vicinity. She aims to protect, not harm, Ezekiel insisted. But folks ignore her. They label it hill folklore. You actually accept this? A specter foreseeing mishaps? I trust my own sightings. He retrieved a monochrome snapshot from 1963. It depicted folks gathered at Panther Creek following a search and rescue effort. Off in the distance, faint against a towering outcrop, stood a ghostly white shape. That snapshot captured the moment rescuers hauled those 3 university students from Devil's Cave. For 2 full days, she'd been issuing alerts right before they vanished. My relative Jake snapped this during the operation, he explained, jabbing a finger at the silhouette. Her. The banshee. I fixed my gaze on the image. The outline matched precisely the fleeting form I'd caught in my mirror moments earlier. What's stirring her into action this time? What disaster looms? Ezekiel's expression turned somber. No clue, but from every tale I've come across, she only wails with that intensity when catastrophe strikes. The worst kind. I made the drive back to the station, my mind reeling. Sure, a piece of me itched to brush it off as rustic legend, yet I couldn't shake the echoes in my ears or the vision burned into my thoughts. Later that day, the permit desk rang me up. 12 student climbers from an Ohio school had signed on for a 7-day expedition to Panther Creek. Their itinerary targeted the riskiest paths through the ravine. "When's their ETA?" I pressed. "First thing tomorrow." I set down the receiver and peered through the glass at the jagged ridges beyond. Deep within that labyrinth of rock, a feminine cry echoed alerts no one cared to heed. 12 eager adventurers, echoing those youngsters from '63. I snatched my coat and set off once more for Panther Creek. If the Banshee aimed to alert me to peril, I'd better pay attention. The cries erupted anew the instant I hit the trail's start. Now they carried a sharper edge, more insistent, more frantic. Rather than pleas for aid, the tones issued guidance. Avoid the northern slope. The boulders shift easily. Veer off. Veer off. I trailed the echoes further into the chasm than any prior venture. The terrain grew treacherous, the trail fading into obscurity. Old rhododendron thickets crowded in, forcing me to shove through their verdant barrier. Floodwaters surge here swiftly, far too swiftly. The sounds guided me to a stretch of Panther Creek known only from charts. Rapids rushed between sheer walls of stone. In flood season, this spot turned lethal. No escape by scaling the sides. Levels climbing 20 feet in moments. "Spot on," I muttered under my breath. I'd noted the high water stains scarring the cliffs. A single mountaineer trapped amid a downpour would face certain doom. "Your rear," it urged. I whipped about. Bored into me. A force lurking beyond bored into me. A force lurking beyond view. Then she materialized. Perched on a shelf, 40 feet above the sheer drop, a lady in luminous white gown caught the faint rays piercing the canopy. Strands of raven hair undulated as if submerged. Her complexion gleamed like pale moonbeams, eyes brimming with ages of grief. She embodied ethereal allure and dread, defying all reason. No human could balance there. That shelf spanned a mere 6 inches, slick as polished ice. "Who are you?" I shouted toward her. She gestured at the stream below, then dissolved into thin air. I followed her indication and spotted new gouges on the stone, recent handholds from ascents. A person had ventured this way lately, testing the very line I'd pondered. The marks climbed roughly 30 feet before halting sharp. Higher up, an odd pale powder coated the surface, shimmering faintly in the murk. It dawned on me slowly. Pulverized remains. Crushed bits of skeleton and enamel fused into the fissures. I reeled away and crashed onto the uneven earth. The jolt expelled my breath. For seconds, lungs refused to expand. When air finally rushed in, a sharp tang coated my tongue. Crimson! My own! From clamping down on my lip. "Moira!" The murmur breathed beside my cheek. "I'm Moira!" I lurched upright and bolted. In my wake, the figure's tone swelled to a piercing keen that rattled the gorge's foundations. The clamor pursued me clear to the vehicle, intensifying with frantic urgency at every stride. That evening, rest eluded me. Shutting my lids summoned her image on that precarious perch, directing me to the osseous residue embedded in the crag. I envisioned 12 youthful enthusiasts in fresh harnesses, chuckling as they marched unwittingly to tragedy. By 3 a.m., I surrendered to wakefulness and motored over to Ezekiel's place. His windows glowed. "Restless too?" he queried as I rapped on the entrance. "You recognize her as Moira?" He inclined his head. "Daughter of the McDougal clan from the ancestral lands. Plunged from Ben Nevis in a bid to claim her beloved's remains post-landslide. Spirits of the peaks tethered her soul to herald fatalities, yet doomed her to witness ignored pleas in powerless silence. How many lives has she shielded? Scores. Perhaps legions. She's haunted these slopes since the inaugural McDougal claimed them. With a faint quiver in his grip, he served me steaming brew. Legends claim she unravels at times, overwhelmed when multitudes perish deaf to her cries. That's the moment she turns hazardous. Her cries possess a power to halt a man's heartbeat if they echo fiercely enough. They can unravel minds if folks heed them for too prolonged a stretch. She harbors no intent to cause harm, yet sorrow and exasperation have warped her essence through the decades. My thoughts drifted to the powdery bone remnants embedded in the stone. How my own fingers had quivered merely from glimpsing her. The students from the university would show up in 6 hours. I needed to alert them. They wouldn't heed my words. They seldom did. The youth always believe they outsmart the spirits of these ridges. So, I'd have to devise an alternative approach. Ezekiel sat in silence for what felt like ages, gazing into his mug. At last, he rummaged in a drawer and retrieved a tiny pouch of fabric, secured with crimson cord, filled with rowan berries and bits of iron, a talisman crafted by my grandma. He passed it over to me. It won't fend off the banshee entirely, but it could preserve your wits enough to intervene when the crisis hits. I fastened the pouch to my belt and set off again toward Panther Creek. The break of day lingered 2 hours off, yet I had to inspect the ascent paths ahead of the arriving students. If Moira's insights about unstable gravel and swelling streams held true, I needed to pinpoint the hazards and flag them clearly. The woods felt altered in that dimness before dawn. Noises traveled oddly, and silhouettes appeared to shift when my gaze strayed. On 2 occasions, I caught the sound of steps trailing behind. Yet whenever I spun around, beam from my light sweeping the area, only damp foliage and shadowy trunks met my eyes. "Moira," I whispered gently, "I'm attempting to assist. Could you reveal what's destined to unfold?" The reply struck as an apparition, slamming into me with tangible force. I witnessed the student mountaineers pulling in at daybreak, buzzing with thrill and vigor. Watched them rigging their lines along the northern side of Devil's Tower, the toughest ascent in the ravine. Observed the head of the group, a fellow with fiery locks and his sweetheart's name inked on his forearm, probing the cliff surface. The rock appeared firm, but Moira's sight unveiled the fine fissures hidden from mortal sight, revealed how the seasonal ice melt had dislodged huge slabs from the wall. disclosed the catastrophe awaiting 12 souls leaning into cords fixed to crumbling ledges. The apparition faded, leaving me collapsed in the muck, struggling to breathe. Blood trickled from my nostrils, and a tolling clamor filled my head as if I'd lingered beside a steeple chime. Still, I grasped precisely the spot where the climbers faced doom and the precise instant it would strike. The students rolled in shortly, past dawn, matching Moira's prophecy to the letter. 12 eager souls clad in fresh equipment, chuckling and snapping photos while emptying their vehicle at the path's start. I stood ready to greet them. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Dorothy Farweather, your local ranger. Prior to setting off, I'd like a word on a few safety issues." The group's chief matched the figure from my trance. Auburn mane, assured grin, his beloved's moniker etched on his arm. "No problem. What's the issue?" "The northern flank of Devil's Tower isn't secure at present. The spring's freeze and thaw have undermined portions of the stone. I'll require you to select an alternate path." He scowled. "We've mapped out this excursion for months. That climb is precisely why we journeyed here." "I get that. But were there any confirmed slides? Any recorded mishaps?" A sharpness crept into his tone. "We consulted the park authorities beforehand, and no one flagged any shutoffs. I lacked formal documentation to support my claim, no surveys from geologists, just the counsel of a ridge specter and a foresight that left me with a bloody nose." Quote 80. One of the women interjected. Quote 81. Quote 82. Another chimed in. Quote 83. A third noted, "Ropes and fixtures of the finest quality." They brimmed with youth's assurance, utterly convinced they surpassed some veteran ranger peddling wild tales of shaky cliffs. I'd mirrored their arrogance in my earlier days. "I'm urging you to opt for a different trail. The eastern side offers equal difficulty." "And we appreciate the heads up," the chief replied, hoisting his load. "But we'll manage." I observed their trek toward Devil's Tower, aware I was eyeing their path to perdition. The safeguard Ezekiel bestowed hung warmly at my side, yet it offered no shield for them. I trailed discreetly, yearning to be mistaken, wishing the apparition stemmed merely from fatigue and insomnia's illusions. But Moira lingered nearby as well, shadowing the party like a mournful sentinel spirit. Invisible to all but me, she indicated the precarious rocks, waved urgently toward the subtle fissures, striving in vain to signal perils beyond their ken. At the foot of Devil's Tower, the chief began securing the initial tie-off, right where Moira had indicated, in the heart of a stretch that seemed steadfast, yet clung by mere routine and frost alone. "Please," I shouted once more, "at least check a separate area initially." "Indulge me." "We've got this under control," the team leader shouted back, already scaling the sheer rock wall halfway up. That was the moment Moira's restraint shattered completely. Her cry began as a deep rumble, like air stirring in a cavern, then swelled into a wail that appeared to emanate straight from the earth. The noise struck the mountaineers with tangible power, knocking two of them off balance and sending them reeling down. Flocks of birds burst from the branches overhead. Loose pebbles started tumbling from the sheer drop. Quote 88, one of them yelled. I spotted Moira right behind the leader. her jaws wide in a prolonged howl of caution and sorrow. Beauty had fled her features, anguish and rage had warped them into a horrifying mask. Her eyes resembled voids of darkness and exposed bone. Her hands clawed out at the group like twisted limbs of ancient trees. The leader gazed straight past her, undeterred, and pressed on with his ascent. I bellowed, but my words drowned in the torrent of Moira's lament. Then the stones began to loosen. Not the full avalanche just yet, only chunks as big as clenched fists, dislodged by the unearthly tremors. One slammed into the leader's hard hat with a sharp report like gunfire. Another exploded on the earth mere inches from the feet of his companions. Quote 90. I hollered, dashing toward the group. Quote 91. But the moment had passed. The leader's fixed point was giving way. I watched fractures spiderweb across the rock like bolts of electricity. The deep groan of massive boulders, shifting, echoed through the air. Moira's shriek climbed to a frequency that set my molars grinding and my sight swimming. The safeguarding talisman seared against my skin. It was the sole anchor holding me upright amid the otherworldly assault, threatening to shatter my mind. In the midst of that frenzy and dread, clarity struck at last. Moira's alert went beyond the impending slide. She was revealing the path to their survival. Her outcry held no chaos. It carried guidance. The tone and cadence mapped out the direction to flee, pinpointed the secure areas, and signaled the seconds remaining until the northern slope gave out entirely. I seized the closest mountaineer and propelled him toward a grouping of large stones 20 feet distant. "Cave entrance!" I roared above Moira's unending keen. Quote 93. The leader clung to the face, his line secured to crumbling granite that wouldn't hold. He fumbled with his equipment, attempting to establish another hold, but seconds were slipping away. "Sever the line and leap!" I cried. He stared down at me as if I'd lost my senses, dropping 40 feet onto unyielding ground. Certain death. Yet Moira unveiled another detail. A concealed basin of water screened by a toppled slab, deep enough to cushion the drop if landed with precision. I urged. The fissure in the wall accelerated its spread. Massive slabs, car-sized, peeled free from the bulk. At last, the leader sliced his tether. He plunged into the depths, exactly as Moira indicated. The landing jarred viciously. I caught the snap of bones, glimpsed crimson staining the surface, but he endured. He survived where pulverization beneath 10 tons of plummeting debris should have claimed him. The cascade endured for 3 minutes, roaring like the apocalypse itself. When the haze cleared, the whole north side of Devil's Tower lay in ruins. The path the students had intended lay smothered beneath heaps of debris. We devoted 4 hours to bandaging wounds and escorting the shaken party back to the starting trail. Fractured ribs, gashes from hurled fragments, a single head injury, widespread hysteria and injury, yet miraculously, no fatalities. For the first occasion in more than a century, Moira's alerts had been heeded promptly enough to preserve lives. As I helped the final casualty into the emergency vehicle, her tone reached me once more. Quote 97, she murmured, faint as a breeze rustling foliage. Quote 98, I spun to scan the ravine, but she had vanished, not merely concealed, utterly departed, The heavy pall that had shrouded Panther Creek for days dissipated like mist under morning rays. Ezekiel greeted me at the medical center upon arrival. Quote, 99, he noted. Quote, 100, quote, 101, quote, 102. He grinned. Quote, 103, he spoke truth. In the ensuing 6 months, subtleties caught my eye that escaped others. The abrupt hush of avians heralding landslides, odd reverberations foretelling sudden deluges, chilling voids signaling where the barrier between realms grew fragile. Moira never reappeared. Yet her presence guided each extraction I performed, a murmur on the gust directing me to the initial cavern to search, an intuition prompting me to carry surplus first aid gear on uneventful days, an assurance leading me to stranded wanderers in unlikeliest spots. The government's account of the Devil's Tower incident pinned it on everyday geological shifts, like freeze-thaw action in spring, gradual erosion, and typical rock breakdown. The presence of a ranger right at that moment? Mere coincidence, they claimed. I kept quiet about the bean seed, of course. Who'd take that seriously? Yet on those quiet evenings by myself in the station, voices drift in on the breeze. Women summoning from distant ridges and peaks, urging folks to heed unseen perils. Most dismiss them as mere reverberations, acoustic illusions off the cliffs. Whenever the weeping woman of a stream, or whenever the weeping woman of a stream or gorge cries out for safeguarding, I load up my first aid gear, snatch the radio, and follow the eerie lament that's fighting to preserve lives. That's the Rangers calling, after all. We answer distress signals, no matter if the caller passed on over 100 years back. Particularly in those cases, the peaks hold on to their past, and the guardians within them keep watching over us mortals. All they seek is for us to pay attention to their alerts. Plenty never grasp that truth, but I have, and it's reshaped everything. I'm William Darkwater, and for a decade and a half, I've safeguarded Cherokee holy grounds in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Folks assume park ranger work revolves around critters and trailblazers. But with my part Cherokee roots and a doctorate in anthropology, the role evolves. You turn into a link spanning realms. One realm pores over Native American heritage through scholarly lenses, the other embodies it on a spiritual plane. It was August 1st, 987, and the swelter was smothering the Pisgah National Forest. Up high as it was, the muggy air still plastered your clothes to your skin seconds after stepping out. I'd fielded tips of odd goings-on at key Cherokee sanctuaries along Devil's Backbone Ridge. Not dire, really. Just reports from trekkers spotting shadowy forms near ancient ritual rings after dark. Devil's Backbone earned its moniker from the ridge's serpentine arc, resembling a colossal backbone snaking the highlands. The Cherokee knew it by another term, a phrase evoking dancing silhouettes. My grandma shared that tale in my childhood, though I'd tucked it among folklore. I prioritized science, after all. Those elevated holy spots featured stone rings laid out in symbolic designs tied to my forebears from 5 centuries prior. Healing circles aiding tribal healers in linking to otherworldly forces. As a government expert on cultural assets, my duty was shielding them from looters and relic seekers. I never anticipated defending them against far stranger threats. That initial dawn sticks in my mind. I was reviewing the surveillance feeds from the primary ritual area, a stunning ring of rocks on a level spot close to the crest. The video streamed to my office 15 miles off via wireless transmission. Loading the previous night's recording, I spotted the issue immediately. The clock read 21:17 a.m. In the thermal view, the rock formation stood out sharp, but odd shapes stirred within. Not from branches or beasts. These forms shifted unnaturally. They swirled in rhythmic paths encircling the stones, despite no illumination to project them. I replayed the segment. Undeniably, the shapes persisted, gliding as if folks were enacting a ceremony. Strangest part, no visible figures appeared. Only the silhouettes, inky blots on the brighter terrain. I figured tech glitch at first. Those initial thermal units had flaws, and mountain conditions could scramble the circuits. Yet scanning feeds from other locations revealed identical anomalies, silhouettes twirling by rock formations, unlinked to any casters. I rang up my associate, Dr. Amanda Rivers, the archaeologist assisting with site records. Amanda embodied empiricism. Every puzzle yielded to reason with enough scrutiny, she insisted via call. Likely imaging glitches, she suggested. Infrared detectors often fabricate visuals. Thermal echoes from boulders, perhaps signal disruptions. Logical, sure. It ought to have been. But instinct nagged that this ran deeper than faulty gear. My Cherokee Nana once warned that silhouettes could wander freely when the veil between realms thinned. Back then, I chalked it up to spooky yarns meant to keep youngsters in line. These days, doubt crept in. That day, I headed to Devil's Backbone to inspect personally. The journey from the ranger station covered about 15 miles along twisting mountain paths that grew increasingly steep and tight as they ascended. When I arrived at the trailhead, I'd climbed to 4,200 feet, where the atmosphere seemed fresher even amid the warmth. The path to the primary ritual area stretched roughly 2 miles, weaving through thick clusters of mountain laurel and rhododendron. In spots, the foliage was so dense it created narrow passages you had to squeeze through, fostering a profound sense of seclusion. A mile from the pavement, the world narrowed to whispers of breeze, buzzing bugs, and your labored breaths. Approaching the stone circle, an eerie shift settled in. Off-kilter. The woods had fallen unnaturally still. Over 15 years trekking these peaks, I'd tuned into the wild's pulse. Avian chatter should have filled the air. Rodents ought to have scampered amid the underbrush. Yet silence reigned. At the ritual ground, appearances held steady. The ring of stones rested in its level glade, undisturbed as ever. No traces of intrusion or foot traffic. Still, the unease intensified. The atmosphere hung thick, akin to the tension preceding a storm despite the unclouded heavens. I inspected the surveillance gear. It all checked out. Infrared detectors spotless, radio link operational, power sources solid. Nothing hinted at the odd silhouettes captured on film. That's when my GPS began glitching. Rather than pinpointing my position, it wandered senselessly. In rugged terrain, gadgets senselessly. In rugged terrain, gadgets falter for myriad causes. Shifts in weather, moisture levels, or even sun flares disrupting delicate tech. But this kind of GPS drift was unprecedented in my experience. I resolved to linger until nightfall, hoping to catch the source of the camera oddities. As daylight faded beyond the crest, shades stretched across the stone ring from surrounding timber and boulders, ordinary at first. Then a chill gripped me as twilight deepened over the slope. I witnessed shifting forms within the circle, mirroring the video captures. Except now, my eyes confirmed it. No objects projected those shades. The outlines evoked dancers, stark ebony cutouts against the pale earth. They drifted more than stepped, swirling past the rocks in sequences resembling a rite. An old Cherokee ritual, yet twisted in execution. The motions were overly smooth, impeccably timed, as if synced to an invisible cadence. I tallied 7 separate shadow forms, each scaled to an average grown person's height. They operated solo yet harmonized, attuned to some silent melody. Strangely, their steps echoed authentic Cherokee traditions, or something perilously similar. These entities, human or otherwise, held knowledge of our sacred practices. My radio hissed with interference. I attempted contact with base, but received only garbled static, laced with whispers that hinted at voices, barely audible, perhaps in Cherokee, though warped beyond comprehension. In mere moments, the mercury plunged 20 degrees. My exhales fogged in the abrupt chill after a balmy 80 degrees only seconds prior. The frost emanated from the stone ring, spreading like an icy core within the rocks. Flight tugged at me. Every fiber urged retreat to the vehicle and a frantic escape down the road. Yet as a government enforcer... Circle. I drew my torch. The instant it circled, I drew my torch. The instant its light swept the gyrating shades, they froze. All 7 pivoted my way, synchronized flawlessly. No visages emerged, no traits whatsoever, just humanoid voids that somehow fixed their gaze on me. I shouted, my words frail against the unnatural hush. The shades offered no reply, but resumed their advance. No longer circling the stones, they crept my direction, deliberate at the outset, then accelerating. No strides or sprints. They seeped over the soil like poured darkness, holding form yet violating natural laws. At that, I bolted. I burst through the thick mountain laurel, relying on my knowledge of the path and the dim glow from my flashlight to guide me. Twigs snagged my uniform and clawed at my cheeks. Yet I pushed on without hesitation. Trailing me was a noise, not quite footfalls, but more like a gust sweeping over brittle foliage. Despite the calm of the evening, I reached my truck faster than ever, chest heaving and chest tight from the dash. While struggling with the ignition, I glanced back along the route. Far off, 7 shadowy forms appeared to linger at the tree line, observing silently. They held back from the lot, yet lingered on, unmoving. The trip into town felt endless over those 15 miles. My radio gear acted up repeatedly, spitting out static laced with whispers. The truck's GPS flickered, placing me in voids before leaping to spots hundreds of miles distant. Even my wristwatch faltered, its pointers whirling erratically. Upon arriving at the ranger outpost, though, all devices normalized instantly. The radio cleared up, GPS tracked true, and the watch ticked steadily once more. It seemed the tech glitches were confined solely to the vicinity of Devil's Backbone. I passed the remaining hours drafting accounts and grappling with my observations. Silhouettes shifting sans illumination, gadgets failing in pinpoint zones, chills dropping against natural order. scientifically baffling, yet aligned with Cherokee lore. Come dawn, I reached out to Elder Thomas Sequoia, a longtime family acquaintance residing on the Cherokee lands in western North Carolina. In his 70s, Thomas had devoted decades to the ancestral rituals many of his people had let fade. If knowledge of my ordeal existed anywhere, it was with him. Quote 106, he remarked once I'd recounted the events. Ethereal shades from the shadowed plain. My grandfather shared tales of such beings, though I'd dismissed them as fables to honor hallowed grounds. What's their aim? I pressed. They draw sustenance from ethereal essence, Thomas detailed. Holy locales, such as your ringed stones, brim with accumulated force from ages of rites and invocations. These shades seek to siphon it, but first they taint the spots, infusing them with foul essence. This clarified the distorted rituals I'd spied. The dark silhouettes weren't merely enacting Cherokee traditions, they were twisting them on purpose, fouling the holy ground with toxic vibes. How can we halt them? I inquired. Through age-old safeguarding rites, Thomas replied. Performed by one of Cherokee descent who bridges ancient customs and modern insights. One like yourself, William. I ended the call overshadowed by mounting unease. My professional life had focused on Cherokee heritage through scholarly lenses, never embracing the mystical side. Yet now, my dual roots, Cherokee and Caucasian, balancing empirical and ritualistic views, apparently positioned me as the barrier against these shades ravaging revered spots across the Blue Ridge. In the ensuing 3 days, alerts came in about parallel shadow incidents at 4 additional Cherokee ritual grounds inside a 50-mile circle. Each mirrored the sequence, wanderers spotting ebony figures in nocturnal rites, devices shorting out nearby, abrupt cold snaps near the stone rings. These shadow performers weren't confined to Devil's Backbone. They methodically struck at Cherokee holy places region-wide, growing audacious as nights wore on. By the 4th evening, abductions began. The initial case involved Janet Morrison, a 34-year-old educator from Asheville fond of solitary mountain camping. Her site was roughly a quarter-mile from an impacted ritual area, adhering to all wilderness guidelines. Janet was seasoned, a decade of trails here without mishap. Come morning, a passing trekker discovered her rigid in her shelter, gaze fixed, utterly inert. Respiration steady, pulse normal, but deaf to calls, contact, or beams in her pupils. Medics diagnosed a trance-like condition, vitals unremarkable. What unnerved me most was her look, locks fully silvered in a single night, complexion ashen and icy, bruises beneath her lids as if sleepless for weeks. Yet the true horror lay in her voided aura. Gazing at her felt like peering into a hollow husk, devoid of any spark. The hospital physicians ran every test imaginable, yet nothing physical seemed amiss. Her blood work came back clean, and the scans revealed no evidence of injury or neurological damage. Yet Janet Morrison lay there motionless, her gaze fixed on oblivion with vacant eyes. I was certain of what had befallen her. Proof might elude me, but those shadow dancers had claimed their initial human prey. That very evening, I headed back to Devil's Backbone, accompanied by reinforcements. Jake Thunderheart, a 28-year-old Cherokee Ranger fresh from Law Enforcement Academy, had been probing the odd occurrences. Still tied to his ancestral roots in ways my scholarly upbringing had severed, he joined me. We trekked to the primary ritual ground right as the sun dipped low, lugging tents and high-tech surveillance tools. If the shadows resurfaced, I aimed to capture it all with precision. Along came extra cameras, sound devices, EMF sensors, and a satellite phone reliable even if nearby signals crapped out. As night descended, the telltale indicators emerged once more. The air chilled sharply near the stone ring. My gadget started glitching in those erratic ways from my prior encounter. The field meter spiked wildly, its readings surging and plunging without pattern. Then they arrived. 7 shadowy forms coalesced within the circle, yet on this occasion they had company. At the heart of their group stood a woman's silhouette, elongated, still, and oddly more solid than the swirling ones encircling her. Even as mere darkness, she exuded command and sinister cunning. "She's the one," Jake murmured, "the thief of that camper's essence." The female shadow pivoted our way, and an icy force pressed against my psyche, as if an intruder sought entry to my mind. Flashes assaulted me. Janet Morrison isolated by her fire, oblivious to the encroaching gloom. The instant her shadow made contact, siphoning her vitality and abandoning a barren vessel. But the scenes kept coming. More casualties dotted the ridges. Trekkers discovered in matching stupors over the last month, all proximate to Cherokee holy grounds, dismissed as exhaustion or mental breakdowns. The shadow dancers had been gorging undetected for weeks. We'd failed to link the dots. I informed Jake. The 7 writhing shadows surged forward, gliding unnaturally over the earth. Now they advanced with heightened speed and intent. No mere curiosity, this was pursuit. Jake retrieved the pouch from his neck. Quote 119, he explained, scattering tobacco and sage at our feet amid murmured Cherokee incantations beyond my grasp. The oncoming shades hesitated, their pace faltering, but the barrier merely delayed them. My sat phone flickered to life briefly, allowing a call to Elder Thomas Sequoia. I relayed our observations, and his tone turned grave and pressing. Quote 120, he warned. Quote 121, quote 122. Jake pressed, huddling near to catch the words. Quote 123. Thomas answered. Quote 124. The shadows had closed to the rim of Jake's sacred ring, where they met the sacred tobacco in bursts of light resembling tiny bolts. The ward endured, though it strained. "I lack the rituals," I confessed into the receiver. "Your grandmother instilled them in you," Thomas countered. "The chants live in your veins, William. That Cherokee lineage goes beyond books. It's a bond of the spirit." The woman's shadow lifted her limbs, and the dancers shifted into a fresh rhythm. This bore no resemblance to the twisted Cherokee rite from before. It felt ancient, profoundly malevolent. The cold intensified to sub-zero levels, ice crystals blooming on the turf encircling the stones. In that moment it hit me. Remnants from my youth resurfacing, my grandmother's timbre reciting Cherokee invocations. I'd believed the ritual steps and their significance lost to time, the correct invocations to shield holy ground. As the recollections surged, I understood Thomas's point. He was absolutely correct. My scholarly work on Cherokee traditions wasn't disconnected from my roots. It was training for exactly this crisis. grasping both the ancient spiritual wisdom and the current dangers to holy grounds, had equipped me to challenge the shadow dancers using their own methods. Yet survival through the darkness came first. The safeguarding ring was weakening. Jake's blend of tobacco and sage offered limited defense against forces this formidable. The shadowy forms inched nearer, and that icy grip on my thoughts intensified, far more potent than before. They aimed to sap our vital essence, just as they'd done to Janet Morrison. "We must get to the heart of the stone circle," I urged Jake. "That's where the sacred energy peaks. Any reversal rite we attempt needs to happen right within their own proceedings." Jake eyed the 7 shadows encircling us and the sinister female silhouette poised at the circle's core. "That's a death wish," he replied. "Stepping beyond this shield means they'll claim us instantly." He likely had a point. Still, I was piecing together a key insight about these beings. They adhered to sacred principles. Though they sought to twist them, they couldn't strike without purpose. Their ritual demanded completion above all, and that created our opening. Once underway, they couldn't halt their ceremony. It dawned on me that interrupting at the precise instant, when they were wholly invested in unlocking their portal, we could redirect their mystical force back at them. It was a risky scheme, but our only shot. The shadow dancers gained power with every passing second, and out there in the hills, other unsuspecting folks were doubtless losing their life essence to power this unholy rite. I drew in a steadying breath, offered a plea to my Cherokee forebears, and ventured beyond the protective ring. The instant my foot crossed the line of consecrated tobacco, the chill slammed into me like a tangible force. It went beyond mere cold. It was a void of vital warmth. Being sustained solely by devouring essence tugged at my own life force. My sight grew hazy, my strength ebbing rapidly. Yet I pressed on toward the stone circle, resisting the draw of the shadow dancers. Jake stayed close. The female shadow observed our advance. "Window zo and you The female shadow observed our advance with an air of mocking delight. She drew nourishment from our approaching vitality, her form sharpening into clearer contours. For the first time, details emerged on her shadowy visage, voids for eyes, and a grin foretelling eternal doom. Quote 120, she intoned, her words resounding in my skull rather than through the air. Only then did the full horror sink in. This extended far beyond defending Cherokee Holy Lands. The shadow dancers exploited these spots as tethers to fuse their shadowy domain with our earthly plane forever. With the portal breached, they could prey on human spiritual vitality anywhere, unbound by sacred confines. I fished from my coat pocket my grandmother's medicine bag. That modest hide pouch I'd borne for 15 years, its true purpose long elusive. Within lay botanicals, crystals, and a fragment of hallowed timber from the ancestral Cherokee territory. She'd handed it over when I began my role as a cultural resource expert, hinting it might one day safeguard revered sites. At last, her foresight rang true. As I crossed into the stone circle, the 7 whirling shadows closed in on Jake and me. Their frigid aura choked the air, breathing a struggle. Yet beneath the taint they'd inflicted, I sensed another presence, the enduring sacred potency amassed here through generations of Cherokee rites, merely suppressed by the invading corruption. I untied the medicine bag and scattered the holy botanicals around the pivotal stone. With each pinch hitting the earth, brief bursts of cozy luminescence flared, countering the frigid sparks where shadows clashed with Jake's tobacco barrier. Woman's shadow recoiled with a sharp hiss, the ancient phrases resurfacing vivid as if my grandmother guided my tongue. I summoned the guardians of this hallowed ground. The woman's shadow recoiled with a sharp hiss, thrusting her limbs skyward. The 7 dancers accelerated their whirl, whipping up a maelstrom of otherworldly gloom that warped reality into dizzying spins. Still, the scattered herbs pulsed with light, and I felt the site's innate sacred vigor stirring back to life. "Jake," I shouted, "join me to seal the ring. Scatter the protective tobacco over the perimeter stones as I handle the core." Jake gave a quick nod and started circling the outer edge, pushing back against the shadow dancers who lunged to obstruct him. With each pinch of tobacco he laid on a stone, accompanied by the ancient Cherokee safeguarding incantations, that rock ignited in the same soothing radiance as my grandmother's botanicals. The female shadow caught on to our strategy and unleashed her entire cadre of 7 dancers in a unified assault. They surged forward, resembling a torrent of molten night, abandoning any illusion of humanoid contours. This revealed their authentic essence, unadulterated ethereal veracity, stripped of ritualistic facades or cunning. That's the moment a vital lesson from my grandmother resurfaced. Cherokee rites extended beyond mere personal shielding. They emphasized equilibrium, upholding the equilibrium linking the material and ethereal domains. These shadow dancers embodied utter spiritual disequilibrium, driven solely to devour and taint. I pressed my palms to the heartstone and recited the timeless purification rite, reserved for sanctifying desecrated holy grounds. Yet I innovated in a way my forebears couldn't. I fused it with my scholarly insights into these locales as energetic nexuses. The arrangement wasn't merely ceremonial, it served as a precise ethereal enhancer, harnessing the stone's innate magnetic attributes and their precise layout to amplify and direct otherworldly forces. Over 5 centuries, Cherokee rituals had infused this spot with benevolent ethereal vitality. My role was simply to ignite it. Upon finishing the purification, the central rock throbbed with a gentle luminescence. The brilliance extended outward to the boundary stones dusted with Jake's tobacco, forging a web of ethereal power that linked every element of the formation. The impact on the shadow dancers hit hard and swift. That nurturing glow stood in direct opposition to their icy ethereal void. Wherever it grazed them, their silhouettes unraveled, fragmenting like mist caught in a gale. The woman's shadow unleashed a wail that resonated deep in my core, bypassing my hearing. She resisted the purifying force, desperate to hold her shape and finish her portal invocation. Yet the ethereal equilibrium tilted firmly toward illumination. Underscore. Quote underscore 130 underscore. I declared, drawing on the banishment phrases my grandmother imparted for repelling adversarial entities. Underscore. Quote underscore 131 underscore. In a last-ditch effort, the woman's shadow channeled her leftover strength to sap our vital essence, zeroing in on Jake and myself. For an instant, the chill pierced so deeply I feared we'd shatter like ice. But the stone formation sustained the comforting glow, shielding us from her otherworldly onslaught. Then, accompanied by a rush akin to gusts through withered foliage, the 8 shadowy presences were yanked rearward into a rift resembling a gash in the fabric of existence. The portal they sought to establish reversed its pull, drawing their dimension into ours no longer, but hauling them to their rightful obscurity. The fissure in the veil sealed with a crack like distant thunder. Abruptly, solitude enveloped the stone circle. The suffocating frost vanished, supplanted by the ordinary balminess of a midsummer evening. The gadgets ceased their glitches. The mounting ethereal tension that had simmered for weeks finally dissipated. Still, I recognize this victory as incomplete. Jake and I devoted the remaining hours of that night to inspecting the other 6 despoiled Cherokee holy sites targeted by the shadow dancers. At every spot, we enacted the identical purification rite, employing time-honored Cherokee ethereal traditions to reinstate the innate harmony and seal off any lingering portals to the shadow domain. Success came, though it was touch and go. Certain sites bore such profound taint that several rituals proved necessary for full exorcism. Moreover, at 2 spots, we uncovered signs of greater shadow triumphs than anticipated. Rock configurations had suffered irreversible shifts, distorting the ethereal alignments in manners demanding years to mend. Janet Morrison and the remaining afflicted individuals commenced mending within 2 days following our purifications. Their vitality ebbed back as the ethereal ties to the shadow domain were dwan-ed. Janet's tresses remained silvered, and recollections of her brush with the shadow dancers eluded her forever. Yet she endured, restored, and intact. The formal documents I submitted detailed device failures and orchestrated sabotage of heritage locales. No provision existed for logging shadow dancers or ethereal portals in government oversight forms. Nonetheless, I meticulously recorded all particulars in my private archives, and I initiated contacts with Cherokee ethereal guides across the Southeast. Those discussions completely reshaped my understanding of my role. The encounter with the shadow dancers wasn't a one-off event. Cherokee elders across the region, from North Carolina all the way to Oklahoma, had confronted comparable otherworldly dangers for generations, particularly in spots where age-old safeguards for holy places had eroded due to governmental policies or efforts to suppress indigenous ways. My formal education in safeguarding cultural assets had equipped me to shield these locations from people-made harm. Yet I was utterly unaware of the ethereal perils. It was Elder Thomas Sequoia who illuminated the broader context for me. He described sacred sites not merely as relics of the past, but as vital energetic frameworks, akin to generators sustaining equilibrium between dimensions. If that framework deteriorates or becomes tainted, entities from alternate planes can force an entry. In the ensuing months, I discreetly crafted updated guidelines for securing Cherokee holy grounds within the national forest. Officially, they appeared as bolstered safety protocols and ecological oversight. In truth, they served as mystical alert mechanisms to spot otherworldly incursions early, preventing them from gaining lasting ground. I also began instructing fellow Cherokee heritage specialists in ancestral safeguarding techniques. We couldn't weave it into the standard training program, but we could transmit the wisdom casually, following the timeless oral traditions of spiritual guidance. In just 2 years, we'd built a coalition of government workers across the Southeast proficient in both scholarly heritage conservation and time-honored ethereal defenses. The shadow dancers have steered clear of Devil's Backbone since then, though they've by no means vanished. Reports surface every few months from various areas: odd shadowy movements at indigenous holy sites, glitches in electronic devices, individuals discovered in trance-like conditions close to ritual spots. Local elders typically manage most of these episodes before they worsen. Others demand our unique blend of official jurisdiction and Cherokee mystical insight. What troubles me deepest is that we're waging a reactionary war against an escalating menace. Environmental shifts and cultural upheavals are eroding ethereal barriers throughout North America. With traditional wisdom fading and more holy sites scarred by expansion, the veils separating realities grow ever more fragile. Yet, optimism persists. Emerging Cherokee voices like Jake Thunderheart are merging ancient rituals with contemporary conservation strategies. Efforts by the Cherokee Nation to archive and revive near-forgotten ceremonies are gaining momentum. Gradually, government bodies are recognizing that defending sacred areas goes beyond deterring trespassers. I continue my monthly treks to Devil's Backbone, inspecting the stone ring and upholding the ethereal wards we set up that evening. The place now radiates vitality, exuding the comforting, inviting aura true sacred spaces possess. Songbirds have resumed their melodies. Animals have repopulated the area. The innate cosmic harmony is back in place. Still, on moonless nights when the atmosphere hangs motionless, I detect faint stirrings in the profound gloom amid the foliage. Observing, lingering, probing the defenses we've labored to fortify. Shadow dancers possess an enduring patience. They've sought entry into our realm for ages, and a single setback won't deter them forever. They'll persist in scanning for vulnerabilities, seeking undefended holy sites, biding their time to undermine energetic systems and forge fresh portals. That's what has transformed my work beyond mere cultural preservation. I now serve as an ethereal sentinel, vigilant at the junctions of realms. It wasn't the path I envisioned after earning my anthropology doctorate, but it's the calling my Cherokee forebears groomed me for. And as I traverse those nocturnal mountain paths, bearing my grandmother's medicine pouch and scanning for traces of otherworldly decay, I feel profoundly in my element. Should the shadows stir once more, we'll be prepared to face them. My name is Joshua Flintridge, and for 22 years I've mapped these Virginia highlands. I figured I knew each summit, stream, and hazardous abandoned pit from here clear to Tennessee. Or so I believed. On November 15th, 1979. The alert came in about unauthorized extraction on Copper Mountain. Flurries were clinging to the upper elevations, and prudence dictated holding off till warmer weather. But intruders were hauling copper from restricted woodland, and it fell to me to halt them before they contaminated the entire water system. I packed my vehicle with standard supplies, seismograph, sampling tools, camera, and provisions for 3 days. The rough old mining paths were turning treacherous with the first hints of frost, though my 4-wheel drive rig managed just fine. What threw me off was the discovery waiting higher up. It wasn't the unlawful mining gear that first raised alarms, it was the bones. I'd pulled up close to the primary tunnel opening, roughly 2 miles beyond the nearest reliable trail. The chilly November breeze nipped at my skin while I hauled out my gear. 2 decades back, this slope had been riddled with copper excavations. These days, nature was reclaiming it bit by bit. Frayed ropes dangled from decaying timber frames, and shadowy openings in the rock face showed where laborers had once chased after ore. I began by positioning the seismic device, routine step for probing extraction sites. Any explosions or machinery would register as earth shakes. Yet the data was off-kilter right away. Minor quakes hit every so often, suggesting motion far below the surface. No rhythm to them, no trace of mechanical work. That's when the bone setups caught my eye. Somebody had positioned animal craniums encircling the adit, from deer, raccoons, and even what appeared to be a bear. They weren't tossed about as if from wild fatalities. Instead, they formed a precise ring, all oriented toward the gloomy pit. At the middle rested an aged copper vessel, patina-covered and brimming with what seemed like human dentition. Over the years, I'd encountered all sorts of oddities. Folks dumped trash everywhere near abandoned digs, but this struck me as unnatural. The skeletons were pristine, whitened as if meticulously cleaned, and recent. No lichen growth, no erosion, as though set down just the day before. Close to the opening, my compass went haywire. The dial whirled chaotically. It refused to settle on north. I wrapped the housing, figuring the chill might have jammed it. But even retreating 50 feet, it persisted in its frenzy. This spot was disrupting the magnetism somehow. The temp gauges were off as well. My instrument indicated the earth by the entrance was 10 degrees hotter than the nearby woods. In mid-November, amid the initial flurries, those warm patches traced paths into the burrow, as if warmth bubbled up from below. In my line of work, I'd probed around 100 illicit digs. Typically, you'd spot wheel ruts, tool scars, new excavations, clear human activity. This time there were traces of fresh copper pulls, but zero boot prints or tire marks, as if the ore had emerged on its own. The poaching was genuine all the same. Somebody had extracted perhaps 50 pounds of premium copper from the lower levels, valuable material worth solid cash. They'd employed outdated methods, manual implements, minor blasts, the sort of meticulous labor from folks familiar with these workings long ago. I snapped photos of it all, gathered earth specimens, tested for radiation, by-the-book checks. Still, I couldn't dispel the sensation of being observed from those inky passageways. Whenever I faced a way to record data, I sensed a gaze upon me. The most unsettling element was the noise. From the depths, Something stirred. Not the typical creaks of shifting in aged tunnels. This resembled stones being purposefully stacked, as if an entity was constructing something in the blackness. At intervals, a far-off clatter echoed, akin to a serpent's rattle but amplified, more massive. With daylight fading, I pitched camp by the vehicle. Basic precaution: avoid entering uncharted mines solo, particularly as night falls. I'd delve into the passages come morning, equipped with lights and emergency signals. Yet while warming beans over my compact stove, the clattering intensified and drew nearer. I jolted awake to the seismic unit blaring. Its screen flashed implausible oscillations. Steady throbs resembling a pulse from roughly 100 feet down, though the cadence was unnatural, too deliberate, too purposeful. It was pitch black still, perhaps 4 a.m. The rattling had ceased, supplanted by another noise. Stone scraping on stone, like a colossal form navigating through bedrock. Snatching my light, I inspected the skeletal ring at the entrance. The heads had been repositioned. Now they pointed straight at my sight, and the copper container had vanished. My fingers trembled as I captured the shifts on film. 2 decades patrolling these peaks, and nothing like this had ever crossed my path. Wildlife doesn't reorder man-made items. Humans don't traverse a campsite undetected without traces. The scraping grew more insistent. I hurriedly stowed my belongings nearer the truck. No matter the weirdness, I had to prepare for a swift exit, yet my role demanded action. Log the unauthorized work, submit findings, lock down the zone. I wouldn't bolt over rearranged remains. As a dim, icy dawn filtered through the branches, I resolved to enter the chief tunnel, following protocol with complete protective kit. Hard hat, headlamp, line, distress transmitter. My plan was simple: venture about 50 feet inside, record whatever I discovered, and exit quickly. The entry passage descended sharply, hewn from unyielding stone well over 100 years back. The light from my helmet swept across the jagged chisel scars and remnants of black powder blasts that the old-time miners had used. The atmosphere carried a metallic tang of copper mixed with an underlying rot, something faintly alive and decaying. At around 20 feet, I spotted the initial remains, or rather, the remnants of them. The skeleton leaned against the passage side, positioned as if taking a break. Its bones gleamed stark and bare, stripped of all tissue, yet the attire looked fresh. Denim jeans, sturdy boots, a plaid shirt, belongings of a contemporary outlaw digger, likely perished just months prior. Yet the arrangement felt off. Each bone had been meticulously detached, scoured clean, and pieced back into precise skeletal form, akin to an exhibit in a natural history hall. The cranium rested flawlessly atop the vertebrae. The limbs aligned with textbook accuracy. Clearly, someone had disassembled and reconstructed this corpse with expert, almost medical care. I snapped photos of the entire scene, then rifled through the pockets, pulling out a billfold with identification. Carl Brennan, 44 years old, complete with an address and stats. This matched one of the unauthorized excavators on my list. But no cave-in or collapse had claimed Carl. This pointed to a far stranger fate. That familiar grinding noise resumed, echoing from further within. I ought to have retreated immediately, radioed for support, barricaded the site, and left the mystery of Carl Brennan to experts. Yet duty pulled me onward. I had to catalog the complete scope of the illicit digging, and curiosity gnawed at me about the source of that eerie racket. Pushing another 50 feet, the passage widened into a vast cavern, formed by nature's own hand. My beam failed to pierce to the distant edges. Here, the noise amplified, bouncing off unseen rock faces. That's when the copper serpent came into view. Initially, I dismissed it as some odd geological quirk. Copper veins often form bizarre patterns during solidification, but as my vision sharpened, the truth hit me. Artisans had forged a serpentine figure from raw copper rock. Stretching 20 feet with a girth like a utility pole, it twisted in the chamber's heart. The craftsmanship stunned, scales individually beaten from solid copper, a head rivaling a spare tire in width, sockets crafted from gleaming green malachite that caught my light with an inner fire. But this wasn't a lifeless idol. The construct stirred subtly, a gradual undulation along its length, mimicking the subtle rise and fall of a serpent's breath. The grinding emanated from those scales sliding against one another in motion. I froze for perhaps half a minute, mind racing to rationalize it. Maybe a contraption rigged by the diggers, or shadows playing tricks, fooling me into perceiving animation in inert metal. Then the head pivoted in my direction. Those malachite orbs locked onto me. The enormous crown lifted from the loops, hooding like a viper poised to lunge. The rasp intensified as additional segments uncoiled and advanced. Panic hit. I bolted. My light jerked erratically as I dashed up the incline. From behind, a massive presence stirred in the cavern. Not the languid scrape of ore on bedrock, but a swift, thunderous drag of immense weight in chase. I burst from the mouth just as a thunderous burst erupted from the depths. It didn't pursue. Merely roared its warning. It could have seized me at will. For an hour, I slumped in my vehicle, palms trembling, wrestling to decode the vision, persuading myself it stemmed from toxic fumes in the depths. Maybe monoxide or methane warping my senses. Yet the images told no falsehoods. Once processed, they captured Carl Brennan's frame just as I'd left it. Bones in flawless order, garments brand new, assembly defying logic. And in one frame's periphery, barely within the flash's glow, a hulking, reflective metallic form loomed, absent when I'd first stepped in. Protocol demanded I race to the outpost, log the incident, alert state authorities to the remains. I should have upended my whole approach. But no. I veered toward the Mont Reservation, 30 miles downhill. If tales of copper beasts and ritualistic skeletons lingered anywhere, it'd be among those who'd stewarded these peaks for millennia, long predating the prospectors. The Monacanan lore stretched beyond any archive. Elder Robert Mon waited on his veranda as I arrived, as if anticipating my arrival. Roughly 70, with calloused palms and piercing gaze that peeled back layers. He spoke first. Quote, 132, he stated flatly, before I could exit the cab. No query in his tone. Quote, 133. The scent clings to you, copper laced with ancient decay, and your grip's unsteady besides. He nodded to the seat nearby. Take a load off, Ranger. Describe what unfolded above. And so I recounted it all. I recounted the bone setups, the earthquake data, Carl Brennan's remains, and that copper snake slithering as if it had a pulse. Robert absorbed it all in silence, giving slight nods that suggested he expected every detail. "My grandfather shared tales about that peak," he remarked once I'd wrapped up. He spoke of a presence dwelling in the copper deposits, a guardian entity, safeguarding the ore buried deep. What sort? One that despises looters. Robert's gaze turned grave. To our ancestors, copper held deep reverence. We'd harvest a bit for rituals or implements, but only after seeking approval. We'd offer tributes. We'd claim just enough. Those prospectors from the 1800s skipped the niceties. Indeed, they did. Robert rose deliberately. "Step indoors. I'll reveal something to you." His home was modest yet cozy, brimming with ancestral artifacts and faded photos. He guided me to a rear chamber stacked with volumes and documents. Clan archives, he clarified, legends and charts handed down over the ages. "Check this out." He retrieved a sketched diagram of the ridge, likely from half a century back. Each X pinpoints a spot where diggers perished in mishaps, collapses, blasts from fumes, deluges. More than 200 souls claimed by that slope from 1840 to 1920. I examined the chart closely. The fatalities clustered in a ring encircling the primary copper lodes, resembling a defensive perimeter. Your grandfather believed the entity was slaying the workers. My grandfather viewed it as the entity shielding its domain and the land. Robert refolded the diagram with care, though he added that the entity grew more potent with every casualty. It thrived on the skeletons of those who plundered the soil. That's mere folklore. Robert fixed me with his piercing stare. You witnessed a 20-foot copper viper writhing below the surface. Care to draw the line between myth and truth? Fair enough. The entity has slumbered for 6 decades, Robert went on. No extraction, no pilfering, no cause for fury. Yet if folks are siphoning copper once more, it's stirring. It's guarding its realm, far more formidable today than in my grandfather's era. 2 centuries of sustaining on diggers' remains. I motored up the slope as dusk fell, though not toward the tunnel. My aim was Carl Brennan's outpost, to uncover accomplices in the illicit venture. Should other diggers be active nearby, they deserved alert about the horror lurking below. I located the site 2 miles eastward of the primary entrance. 3 shelters, a power unit, excavation tools, and traces of fresh use, yet devoid of inhabitants. The setups remained intact, provisions and chillers present, attire scattered as if the dwellers had merely wandered off briefly, though absence stretched weeks. The next corpse turned up at the gear shelter, another immaculate frame. This one clad in excavation attire, hard hat perched on the cranium, light fixture intact. The remains posed seated in a folding seat, digits placed as if clasping a mug of brew. The tag on the helmet identified Mike Torres. The final remains lay arrayed on a bedroll within a shelter. Jenny Walsh, per her credentials, her frame posed in repose, limbs crossed. Cranium resting on a cushion fashioned from her garments. 3 excavators, all stripped to pristine ivory skeletons, all positioned with eerie exactness, all felled in the prior 2 months, judging by the outpost's state. While I recorded the tableau, the customary scraping noise resumed from the chief tunnel's way, yet now it mingled with a fresh element, a steady clatter akin to countless tiny bones tapping in unison. I snatched my quake detector. The data indicated vast subsurface motion. Not haphazard quakes, but deliberate motion, as if a colossal form was constructing or reshaping under the ridge. The clatter intensified. I bundled my equipment and dashed toward the pickup, but speed eluded me. An eruption from the earth sealed off my route to the ride, 50 yards in front. It differed from the copper snake in the passage. This was novel, vaster. The being towered 20 feet, assembled from myriad human and beastly bones, lashed with copper threads. Its core mimicked human shape, but boasted excess appendages, each terminating in bony grips that chattered and clinked in motion. The crown was an enormous naked cranium adorned with human ribs fashioned into a tiara. Yet the most chilling aspect was familiarity with certain elements. Carl Brennan's cranium contributed to the torso. Mike Torres's limb bones formed one of its numerous extensions. Jenny Walsh's vertebral column wove into its throat framework. The skeletal form regarded me through vacant orbits that somehow projected cunning. It angled its dome as if appraising me, pondering my fate. Then it communicated, sans vocalization, through deliberate bone shakes. Morse code. I'd picked it up during military service 2 decades prior. Star, depart. Immediately ceased the theft. The signal cut off. Its warning rang loud and true, yet one burning query lingered in my mind. Fishing out my flashlight, I flicked it on and tapped out a reply in Morse. "Who are you?" The reply surged back, swift and layered. "Guardian, protector of the peaks, warden of the copper, sacred duty. Why end them? Thieves, looters, violators. They seized without consent." Robert Munkin's advice echoed in my thoughts. Seek approval, offer tributes, harvest sparingly. What do you seek? The skeletal figure extended a bony arm toward the mine's mouth, then swept it wide across the rugged slopes. Halt the digging. Cease the plunder. The range is safeguarded. It fixed on me next. Choose. Depart or share their fate. I glanced at the pristine remains of Carl, Mike, and Jenny, then at this unearthly assembly of their bones. 22 years I'd spent curbing unlawful digs and shielding these highlands. Perhaps some defenses lay beyond my prior grasp. Decision made, I lowered my gear and edged closer to the construct, palms open, steps deliberate, like nearing a clever yet perilous beast. "I'm not after the copper," I voiced clearly, trusting it grasped words beyond the dots and dashes. "My aim is to halt those who were plundering it." The towering skull canted, appraising. The clatter eased into faint ticks as countless bones realigned. "I guard this range as well," I pressed on. "Our paths differ, but the purpose aligns." The osseous sentinel pondered deeply. Then it stirred, gliding fluidly, though forged from unyielding bone and ore. It shifted aside, opening a route to my vehicle, yet gestured insistently at the shaft. Reveal the reality, insight required. It beckoned me into the depths. Alarm bells blared in my gut against re-entering that pit, let alone trailed by a 20-foot bony horror. Still, true safeguarding demanded grasping the threat fully. "After you." The sentinel glided into the opening, its array of appendages traversing the uneven terrain with eerie poise. I trailed, beam cutting the dark, mind reeling from the spectacle. The primary passage had transformed since my last pass. Copper strands webbed the surfaces in elaborate designs, evoking wiring diagrams or synaptic webs. They pulsed with an otherworldly emerald sheen, unrelated to any current. Source of the glow? I queried. Vitality. The peak breathes. Veins of ore pulse like arteries. We plunged further than my prior probes via corridors absent from official charts. The Sentinel unveiled routes hewn not by picks or drills, pristine caverns altered and linked, forming a lattice piercing the mountain's core. The vast hall defied my light's reach to roof or edges, but the verdant wiring illuminated the contents. Scores of skeletons, not scattered but assembled in a grand helical array spanning the floor. Each flawless, bones aligned just so. At the helix's heart loomed the copper snake from before, now colossal, all despoilers of the peak, all who claimed sans leave. Quote, 141, from the initial prospectors in 1847, safeguarding the holy ore, sustaining on intruders. The Sentinel indicated the chamber's barriers, additional filigree of wire shaping clear forms. Charts depicting the full subterranean ore lattice sprawling miles beneath. The range, an interconnected web linked to kin across the Appalachians. Watched by sentinels. This upended every notion I held of earth science and natural balance, a sentient massif, an aware biome capable of repelling abuse. And regulated extraction, valid licenses, eco-safeguards, consent, reverence, gifts given, claim modestly, restore generously if feasible, but the central serpent reared, its gaze flooding the space with lime radiance, locked on an unseen peril. Threat. Fresh diggers approach. Heavy rigs. Surface scraping. The sentinel tensed, all its bony grips balling tight. Must deny. Shall defend, by whatever means necessary. Tremors pulsed through the cavern's stone beneath my feet. Not the subtle shifts I'd been tracking, but a thunderous intrusion from beyond the depths. Diesel engines roared. Massive machinery lumbered closer. They're hauling in dynamite, intent on carving out vast shafts, stripping it bare. Hoo-hoos invading. Yet the truth hit me hard. Those rogue diggers I'd spotted earlier were just the vanguard for a bigger threat. Some deep-pocketed outfit with top-tier gear aimed to gut the entire slope. The Bone Sentinel gestured sharply at a passage snaking up to the open air. Depart. Immediately. Evade the hillside's ore rigs. I bolted along the passages as the quakes intensified. In my wake, the Guardian stirred to action. The bronze viper slithered into motion too, and instinct warned me it wouldn't burrow away this round. I burst topside just as the initial rig topped the hill's trail. Not a lone truck, a full armada. Haulers loaded with industrial drills, bomb crates, supply wagons, guard vans. This went beyond bootleg digs. It screamed corporate raid. At the forefront rolled Helen Ashb, my boss from the Forest Service. She climbed down from the command vehicle beside a fellow in a tailored suit and safety helmet. Undoubtedly a mining tycoon. Trailing them, a squad of guards toting rifles unfit for wildlife duty. "Joshua!" Helen shouted upon spotting me. "Spot on arrival. Meet Mr. Davidson of Appalachian Extraction Corp. We're running a targeted Earth study." I eyed the hulking rigs, the munitions hauler, the gun-toting escorts. "This isn't any study, Helen. You're launching a dig on safeguarded government territory." It's a reevaluation of mineral claims, Davidson replied silkily. We've got clearance from D.C. for test digs to gauge the copper lode's worth. The ridge won't sign off. They both gawked at me as if I'd gone feral. In the background, crewmen hustled to offload boring gear. Helen scoffed. Davidson's crew pushed into the adits. I won't! That's not optional. That's direct command. The earth began to shudder. We all sensed the build-up. The diggers paused mid-unload, scanning warily. Tectonic unrest, I warned. Zones prone to instability. Clear out fast. Davidson chuckled. Clever ploy, Ranger, but our scans confirm it's rock steady. The shaking ramped up, and from the portal at my back echoed the grind of a colossal form shoving through stone. Helen and Davidson's vantage hid the opening, but mine didn't. I beheld the bone sentinel surfacing, trailed by the enormous bronze snake. 2 decades safeguarding these peaks had built to this clash. Duty to bureaucracy versus an ancient, overwhelming force. I chose and shifted clear. Take a peek my way. Helen shrieked first. The sentinel loomed to its towering 20-foot stature. Bronze strands crackled across its bony frame. The serpent encircled it like a vital circlet, malachite gaze mirroring the midday light. Davidson clawed for his comms. Guards! Guards! Emergency! The sentries leveled guns. Tailored quakes that engulfed the borer. Tailored quakes that engulfed the borer and the ordnance rig, sparing the staff transports. The peak issued its decree. It could end lives, but held back. Alert. Vacate instantly. No. Orvane shielded. To his ride. Clinging to executive poise, to his ride, clinging to executive poise. The bronze snake uncoiled from the sentinel and glided earthward his way. No assault, just a shift. Davidson locked stares with orbs vast as platters of solid emerald gem, I noted. Helen clutched my sleeve. I murmured. The ridge growled once more, profound and ominous, shaking warnings that signaled the Guardian's patience was wearing thin. The head of security wisely decided to pull back. All personnel returned to the vehicles immediately. They piled in quickly and sped off even quicker, abandoning only skid marks and the smoldering pit where the ground had engulfed their gear. I remained on the spot beside the skeletal protector as the line of trucks vanished along the winding trail down the slope. The enormous bronze snake encircled the two of us. Not aggressively, merely there, observing. You comprehend it now. The peak breathes. Bronze is holy. It demands safeguarding. I do get it. Still, they'll return with greater numbers, heavier machinery, likely federal lawmen too. Then the peak will react. Fiercer array of sentinels along the Appalachian range will stand guard. The protector motioned to the skyline, and I spotted stirrings atop far-off summits. Additional forms, extra vigilance. The ridges formed a linked system, and every part of it was stirring to life. You decide. Depart or remain. Aid in the defense. My mind turned to my position, my government retirement benefits, the routine existence of a woods warden. Next, it shifted to the sights from the subterranean vault. The web of bronze conduits pulsing with an energy vital to the range. A self-sustaining habitat capable of retaliation when necessary. Should I commit to staying, what role would I play for you? Observe, inform, Alert. The peak to intruders digging. Block them whenever feasible. And should blocking prove impossible, the bronze snake lifted its crown until it met my gaze. The malachite gaze stretched endlessly profound, timelessly ancient. The peak shields its core. Over the following 3 days, I drafted my account, the formal one for the forestry department. Unstable ground in the Copper Mountain Zone calls for permanent shutdown of any digging efforts. Tremor data points to severe risk of devastating rockfalls should tunneling continue below. The private record for my eyes only. I've stepped into the role of go-between for the United States forestry and the planet's most ancient defender of nature. Helen reassigned me to an administrative post in Harrisonburg, likely intending it as a demotion, yet it placed me ideally to oversee extraction licenses across the territory. Firms seeking to harvest bronze in Virginia's highlands end up marked, scrutinized, and often stalled by inexplicable bureaucratic snags lasting years. Certain ventures do bypass the checks. In those cases, I submit a notice to the right overseers, not the department, the skeletal wardens. The highlands are rousing across the entire Appalachia. Surface digs plagued by inexplicable breakdowns of tools. Bronze loads vanishing without trace by dawn. Boring locations hit by precise quakes that curiously spare surrounding settlements. Corporations point fingers at eco-protesters. Officials cite natural oddities. I send my updates and stay silent, having witnessed the consequences of plundering a vital peak and realizing certain values outweigh bureaucratic power or business gains. The bronze snake occasionally slithers into my workspace after dark, seeping via the air vents like molten alloy pouring from the vents to loop about my workstation. Touching base, confirming my diligence, it's the peak honors loyalty, defense shared, gains mutual. Any fresh dangers to flag? Threats multiply endlessly, yet partners emerge too. The web fortifies. I store Carl Brennan's billfold in my desk cabinet, Mike Torres's digger's cap on the shelf. Jenny Walsh's badge slipped among my private documents. Tokens that certain costs exceed even the worth of bronze. Each dawn as I arrive at the office, I sense the Highlands' gaze upon me, enduring, shielding, poised to counter the subsequent band of folks who believe they can seize freely from the soil. The skeletal sentinels ever attend, and they hold every detail in memory. I'm Rebecca Moonbright, and for 19 years, I've examined creatures of the wild that stalk under cover of darkness. I believed I had a full grasp on wolfpacks' coordination, their signals, their pursuit tactics. I was mistaken on every count. On October 1st, 1988, my entire understanding of hunters flipped entirely. I was atop Brasstown Bald, Georgia's loftiest summit, conducting my standard field work on nighttime predation behaviors. The Cherokee once inhabited this region, sharing legends of otherworldly stalkers active under the harvest moon. I dismissed them as mere folklore to account for brutal wolf assaults. I ought to have heeded those legends. The initial hint of anomaly arrived 3 weeks prior to the harvest moon. I was inspecting my digital monitoring bands, the advanced models broadcasting signals to pinpoint my research subjects' locations around the clock. 12 deer, 8 rabbits, and 3 foxes, all equipped with those tiny electronic tags of mine. That Tuesday morning, every one of those signals vanished simultaneously. Not faulty or damaged, just completely absent. I jotted down equipment glitch in my logbook. Inspect batteries and signal range. Yet, when I trekked to the spot where they ought to have been, what I discovered sent chills racing across my skin. Each animal had somehow shed its collar, not ripped away by thorns or gnawed through by the creature itself. Instead, they were delicately unfastened as if by fingers and stacked in an orderly mound. Creatures don't behave that way. I keyed my radio toward the research outpost. Dr. Hartwell? Lisa? Are you on? Only crackling static replied. The device had functioned perfectly the day prior. The forest seemed off that day, unnaturally still, devoid of even the chirps of birds. In my 19 years conducting field work, I'd never encountered a woodland falling into total hush like that. Not a single bug hummed. All I heard was my own breath and the snap of foliage beneath my footsteps. Still, I pitched my tent regardless. This was my work, after all, and I'd encountered odd wildlife patterns in the past. Bears could act strangely ahead of major tempests. Perhaps this was merely something similar. Come nightfall, the howls began. Over the years, I'd listened to countless wolf cries. Every group carries its unique tone, its distinct cadence. Some use them to claim land, others to rally the troop or send messages across vast stretches. But this chorus was unlike any other. It blended numerous voices in flawless unison, resembling a choir in eerie synchronization. The noise set my jaw clenching and prickled my nerves. Wolves simply don't vocalize with such coordination. They aren't capable. I snatched up my sound recorder and began capturing it. If this signaled some novel group dynamic, I had to record the evidence. The calls echoed from no fewer than 6 angles, possibly additional ones. That suggested an enormous assembly, far larger than any I'd monitored in Georgia. Abruptly, the howling ceased, as though shut off by an unseen hand. The ensuing quiet pressed down oppressively, akin to the tension preceding a downpour. I huddled in my shelter, recorder at the ready, anticipating whatever might come next. My fingers trembled, even as I chalked it up to the crisp highland chill. Then came the steps. Not animal paws, human-like footfalls. Bipedal, pacing methodically around my sight, measured and unhurried, as if an observer were scrutinizing me at leisure. I seized my light and eased open the tent just a crack to glance outside. In the yielding soil encircling my setup were enormous impressions, surpassing any person's soul I'd known, yet ill-suited to a bear's form. They resembled elongated wolf prints, complete with possible opposable digit traces. By dawn, I reasoned exhaustion and fear had played tricks. Tracks can deceive in dim conditions after prolonged gazing. As a researcher, I relied on evidence, not fancy. Even so, as I gathered my gear and descended the slope, an unease lingered, that sensation of being observed in my retreat. Something cunning enough to remain concealed, yet imposing enough to weigh upon me like an invisible burden. I had 2 weeks until the harvest moon. 2 weeks to identify the threat through meticulous monitoring and rigorous analysis. I believed I held the advantage, the one conducting the examination. I returned the following week armed with upgraded tools, infrared viewers, movement detectors, and a sat phone reliable even in signal voids where standard units faltered. No risks this round. The alterations struck me the instant I hit the tree line. Without exception, every trunk bore deep gashes clawed into the wood roughly 8 feet up, beyond the reach of typical canines, too deliberate for ursine claws. The gashes arranged themselves into designs resembling script, unfamiliar to any script I knew. My detectors lit up wildly before camp was fully established. A massive presence prowled the woods, setting off warnings from 6 vectors simultaneously. But through the infrared lens, nothing appeared. "Lisa, Rebecca here. Picking up my transmission?" I said into the sat phone. "Rebecca, finally! Where on earth have you been? I've attempted contact for 3 full days." 3 days? I'd departed just this morning. How could it be 3 days? I ascended only hours back. Your vehicle's been parked since Monday. It's Thursday now. Rangers were prepping a hunt for you. I checked my timepiece. Thursday, 7:30 p.m. My final sharp recollection was embarking at first light, convinced it was Thursday dawn. Inexplicably, 3 days had slipped from my awareness. Lisa, reach out to Dr. Ravensong in the Cherokee Nation. Inquire about the harvest moon tales, especially those concerning spirit hunters. Rebecca, you all right? You sound... The connection severed. No interference this instance. Simply void. A deep, rumbling growl echoed from right overhead, low and steady like an idling truck motor. I craned my neck upward and caught my flashlight's glow bouncing off a pair of eyes perched in the branches about 30 feet above. They were yellow, unmistakably those of a hunter, yet oversized and gleaming with an uncanny sharpness. Suddenly the figure plummeted down, touching ground just 20 feet off with hardly a rustle. At a quick look, it resembled a wolf, jet-black coat, erect ears, elongated muzzle packed with fangs. But it reared up on 2 legs like a man, towering at least 7 feet high, its frame wider across the shoulders than any person's. Those forelimbs ended in clawed digits, almost like hands. As it cocked its head to regard me, its features held a pondering, inquisitive, almost human quality. "Take it easy," I murmured softly, just as I would to any wild beast posing a threat. "I mean you no harm." The being let out a noise that resembled a chuckle. Then it replied, its tone rough as grinding stones and gusting breezes. "You couldn't harm us, even if you tried," it declared. "We've observed you closely, Rebecca Moonbright. You investigate beings like ours, yet grasp so little of what you're probing." My research instincts surged to the forefront. Record it all. Remain composed. What exactly are you? We're the entities your Cherokee contacts term Katie's hounds. The moon summons us to the hunt, and we claim whatever it demands. Those unblinking yellow eyes fixed on me. The harvest moon will crest in 7 days. You mustn't linger here for its arrival. Are there more of your kind? 11 in total, forming a complete pack. The beast drew its lips in a gesture that could pass for a grin, baring jaws built to shred flesh. We've tolerated your inquiries thus far, but such indulgence wears thin. I fought to hold steady, channeling my analytical mindset. What exactly do you pursue? Anything offering the finest pursuit. Deer grow tedious for us, bears lumber too sluggishly. Humans. It advanced apace. Humans display wit. Humans flee in intriguing ways. Humans offer gratifying quarry. The air chilled sharply, dropping by what felt like 20 degrees. This went beyond an unidentified big-game predator. This was a force that stalked people purely for the thrill. How far back does your pursuit of humans extend? From the era when the Cherokee first settled these peaks, they mastered the art of evading us under harvest moon skies. They passed down to their offspring our habits, our domains, our boundaries. It edged nearer. Yet generations later, those teachings faded from memory. Now intruders arrive in our ranges, ignorant of the shadows that prowl. I spotted additional silhouettes stirring in the gloom, encircling us. This one hadn't arrived solo. My beam picked up yellow glints from a dozen spots, boxing in my camp entirely. Your folk once pursued beasts solely for sustenance, I ventured, struggling to keep my tone even. Why target humans? Humans aren't sustenance. Humans represent a test, mind pitted against mind. Your species deems itself the apex hunter, thanks to your inventions and tactics. The creature angled its head once more, appraising me as if I were a captivating subject. But you've never faced hunters who craft tools and devise plans of their own. That's the moment I truly registered the cunning in those amber gazes. This transcended mere primal drives. This was a mind capable of reasoning, scheming, and coordinating elaborate pursuits, something that savored the cerebral duel of besting human targets. The harvest moon bestows our peak might. The being went on. Over 3 nights, we embody our essence fully. Swifter than your machines, mightier than your arms, shrewder than your ploys. It lifted a taloned paw, directing it my way. 7 days remain for you to depart these ridges. Stay when the harvest moon ascends, and you'll furnish us prime diversion. The forms dissolved into the woods as abruptly as they'd materialized, stranding me amid my gear with the horrifying realization that I'd just dialogued with entities who regarded people as mere playthings. I bundled my supplies and trekked out under cover of night, my light guiding the path through utter black. Shadows everywhere might conceal those horrors, yet none accosted me. Their message had landed. Over the following 5 days, I labored to alert others. Park officials dismissed it as a collapse from prolonged solitude in the field. The county lawman advised a break for recovery. Even Lisa, my grad assistant of 3 years, eyed me skeptically on our video link. Rebecca, you've always been the epitome of level-headed science in my book, she noted. Could there be a rational take on what you encountered? A 7-foot upright wolf conversing in English and rallying hunt crews. What rational angle accounts for that? Fatigue, overwork, perhaps fumes from a subterranean vent. Those hills are riddled with caverns. But Dr. Michael Ravenong took my account at face value. The harvest moonstalkers, he confirmed over the line once I got through. My grandma shared tales of them in my childhood. She referred to them as the beings that shift forms when Brother Moon swells with its potent force. Dr. Ravensong, I pleaded, tell me it all. How exactly do they stalk their prey? What's their vulnerability? How did your ancestors endure them? Our folk never clashed with them, Rebecca. We steered clear during the harvest moon phase. No Cherokee ventured into the peaks. Not solo, not in parties. We lingered in the lowlands until the moon waned once more. There must be a method, some defense against these things. Legends claim they're governed by pack rules, just like ordinary wolves. Defeat the leader in combat, and the rest may back off. Yet confronting the leader requires closing in on a foe that's swifter, more powerful, and sharper than any human. Anything more? Their strength links to the lunar cycle. On eclipse nights or under heavy clouds, their might diminishes. They remain perilous but mortal, forced back to true wolf shape at sunrise. I expressed my gratitude and ended the call. Only 2 days remained before the harvest moon. I faced a decision: retreat like any rational soul or return to safeguard the fellow hikers and campers ascending the trails, oblivious to the lurker in their midst. I opted to head back. By the time I arrived at the foot of Brasstown Bald that Friday night, Gary McKinnon had already pitched his tent. A seasoned tracker, rugged as old hide, utterly assured his firearm could dispatch whatever beast Georgia's wilds threw his way. Moon bright. It's been ages. Word is you tangled with some critter up top last week. Gary, you have to depart right now. No inquiries. Just gather your gear and vacate these ridges. He chuckled. Rebecca, I've roamed and hunted these forests for 2 decades. Ain't a thing here that can best me. These aren't ordinary wolves, Gary. Every wolf's ordinary till a shot drops it. Then it's just a corpse. I failed to sway him. Gary was the sort who'd stare down a raging grizzly before conceding a misjudgment. I abandoned him at his sight and climbed onward, aiming to lure the pack's focus from his position. The harvest moon ascended at 9:47 p.m., vast and amber amid the fall foliage. The shift hit me at once. The atmosphere grew heavy, every shadow plunging into ominous depth. My battery-operated gear spat out erratic data, and my compass whirled chaotically. That's when the howls resumed. Yet now they wove into sequences, cadences, nearly melodic. If melody could embody raw appetite, cunning, and the threat of brutality. The chorus was flawless, 12 tones merging in strains that ached to the ears. 3 hours on, Gary's cries pierced the night. I bolted toward his outpost, plunging through the brush with my light's ray leaping erratically before me. But the yells ceased just shy of my arrival, snuffed out abruptly like a circuit breaker. His sight lay in ruins, tent in tatters, gear flung about, rifle twisted like a pretzel. Gary had vanished, leaving no blood trail, no remains, only enormous paw impressions in the soil that morphed even as I observed. They began as lupine tracks, but trailing from the camp, they evolved toward humanoid, elongating with hints of thumbs. By the point where the path faded into the crags, they resembled naked human souls, albeit tipped with talons. "Gary!" I bellowed into the void. My words bounced back from an elevated perch, but distorted, as if another presence mimicked my tone in reply. The rebound carried a mocking lilt. I pursued the spoor as long as possible, but it dissolved amid the stony inclines. My light stuttered. Despite new cells installed that dawn, the chill deepened swiftly, my exhalations clouding the air. Then I spotted them. 12 silhouettes gliding among the trunks, hovering at the fringe of my glow. At moments, they resembled colossal wolves. Others, they lumbered erect like ursines, or glided with the sleek poise of adept human predators. Rebecca Moonbright, a raspy, known timbre summoned. "You've returned." The lead emerged into my beam's glow. It appeared more anthropic than during my prior sighting, poised bipedally with limbs rather than forepaws. Still, the canine traits lingered. Erect ears, fangs of a carnivore, amber gaze mirroring the light. Where is Gary? Secure for the moment. We chose to spare your companion, letting you witness his endurance. The entity cocked its head and emitted a lupine trill. From the gloom overhead rang Gary's timbre. Rebecca, flee. They aren't beasts. They're different. Your ally offered fine diversion, the leader remarked offhandedly. Astute, veteran, heavily equipped, it demanded our collective effort to trap him unscathed. We preserved him for your viewing. Release him. We shall. At dawn's light, we free all quarry that outlasts the night. Ancient traditions, unbreakable ones. Yet the beast grinned at me, revealing an excessive number of fangs. You're no ordinary quarry, it remarked. You observe our kind. You seek to comprehend us. That renders you a genuine threat. The group encircled me tightly, advancing with flawless synchronization and no apparent communication among them. There were 11 more, exactly as the leader had mentioned. A few appeared more lupine, others closer to human form. Yet everyone shared that sharp, knowing spark in their gazes. You've got a single option, Rebecca Moonbright. Flee. Navigating a pitch-black woodland is. Navigating a pitch-black woodland is frightening enough on its own, but fleeing through one pursued by a dozen otherworldly hunters who outpace vehicles and reason-like people transcends mere fear. It's akin to imprisonment in a horror dream, where the beasts outsmart you. I possessed edges they likely hadn't foreseen. Nearly 2 decades analyzing predator patterns gave me insight into group hunting strategies. I anticipated they'd herd me into ambush spots where the landscape aided them. I expected them to position themselves to block my paths out. I figured they'd alternate harassment to exhaust me prior to the decisive strike. What caught me off guard was their evident delight in the process. Smart route selection, Rebecca. One voice echoed from overhead as I clambered down a jagged incline. Typical quarry flees straight from the peril. You're strategizing like a pro. She's aiming for the stream bed. A different tone called from my flank, attempting to obscure her odor path. Ingenious. They sounded like expert reviewers, critiquing my evasion methods amid the hunt. It ranked as the most horrifying and belittling ordeal I'd ever endured. I waded across the shallow stream, banking on the flowing current to disrupt their pursuit. Still, I heard them shadowing me from either bank, keeping up without strain. They weren't winded in the slightest. The Cherokee instilled climbing skills in their young during full moon pursuits. The leader's words floated down from elevated spots where unity grows challenging. Do you know Cherokee endurance methods, Rebecca? My goal was the bluffs along the mountain's east side, sheer walls that would compel them to come singly rather than en masse. But that required scaling in obscurity while fatigued, which promised near certain doom. Regardless, quote, 171, quote, remarked a packmate matching my stride beyond my torch's glow. Sermons influencing your choices, panics setting in. Be quiet, I panted, hauling myself atop a toppled tree. Effective reaction validates our assessment. Onset of panic mode. I yearned to yell back, but I conserved air for flight. The bluffs lay merely half a mile distant. Reaching them before collapse might offer a shot at survival. Then my light failed entirely. True night in the woods differs profoundly from urban shadows. Absent are road lamps, home glows, vehicle beams, only utter void that simulates blindness. I trip to a stop, groping for my spare beam. Reliance on gadgets, one observed, amusement lacing the tone. People depend on man-made glow since they lack innate dark sight. Not like our kind, another chimed in. The harvest moon suffices for our needs. I activated the reserve light and instantly grasped they'd maneuvered me into their ideal trap. I stood in a bowl-like hollow, ringed by inclines on 3 flanks, the ultimate slaughter site. 12 glowing amber eyes caught my beam from the surrounding rises. Their movement ceased. The hunt paused. Conclusion of the pursuit. "Rebecca Moonbright," the leader declared. It positioned itself right before me, near enough for me to discern the cunning in its features. "You delivered superb entertainment surpassing expectations. And Gary? Secure, per our word. Your companion will rouse with a tale too outlandish for belief." The leader advanced a pace. "Yet you've witnessed excess, absorbed forbidden truths. Our presence must remain concealed. The Cherokee recognized your existence across generations. They shared this land with respect. The Cherokee respected limits. They learned forbidden territories and timings to steer clear." The leader cocked its head. "Your folk lack that insight. They erect settlements at will, trek on whims, pitch tents anywhere. In time, your account will gain credence. Researchers will arrive. Official trackers, press frenzy." I recognized its logic, which somehow amplified the dread. They weren't ending me from spite or starvation. They were eliminating me as a safeguard against the relentless spread of humanity and our insatiable inquisitiveness. There must be some alternative path. Maybe the Alpha had pondered this too. According to pack law, quote, 175, quote. That's the classic structure of wolf packs. But I'm no wolf myself. True enough. Yet you rank as the top hunter in your own kind. A scholar, a tactician, one attuned to our ways. The beast drew its lips into that eerie grin. The test wouldn't involve brute force. It would hinge on wits. Outsmart me, and the group will recognize you as their leader. I glanced at the 11 other members of the pack, observing us intently. They appeared truly intrigued by my choice. This went beyond mere amusement for them. It formed the core of their societal order. What sort of test? Get out of this death trap before the moon dips below the horizon. However, stay within the basin and rely on no man-made tools. The Alpha nodded toward my pack and gear, pure cunning alone, pure planning, pure insight into how packs function. Should you prevail, you'll claim our leadership. We'll obey your directives, honor your territorial limits, and pursue only the prey you allow. Should you fail, a swift end, honorable and without suffering. I gazed skyward at the massive orange harvest moon looming over the treetops. Roughly 4 hours remained before it vanished. 4 hours to devise a way to subdue a mythical hunter using solely psychological tactics and knowledge of predatory instincts. I agree. The Alpha's grin stretched broader. Splendid. The trial starts immediately. The pack dissolved into the surrounding gloom, isolating me in the basin's depths. Yet I sensed their eyes upon me, eager to witness if my mind was sharp enough to command their esteem, or if I'd merely sealed my fate. I had 4 hours to show that a mortal could intellectually surpass a shapeshifter. The breakthrough hit me roughly an hour in as I observed the pack's arrangement encircling the basin. Their spots weren't haphazard. They upheld precise territorial lines relative to one another, all while keeping tabs on me. In a pack, dominance isn't solely about raw power. It's rooted in grasping the intricate bonds linking every individual. To seize alpha role, I had to exhibit that comprehension. Escaping the basin was off limits, but I could influence their actions inside it. Beta female, I hailed one of the slighter figures on the eastern ridge. You're keeping space from the gamma male to your side? Tensions from breeding season? The beast's ears flicked up, startled that I'd pinpointed her status and sex accurately. Delta male, I called to another. You're limping on your hind left, lingering wound or fresh from chasing Gary? That one adjusted its stance a bit, validating my assessment. Over the following 3 hours, I laid bare my grasp of their group interactions. I named each one's position, their interconnections, their unique prey-tracking skills, and their places in the social web. I revealed my awareness of their signaling habits, territorial drives, and how they reach choices. To the tree line. Game like deer and bears to the tree line. Game like deer and bears no longer test your smarts, yet pursuing humans invites dangers you haven't weighed. The alpha glided down into the basin, its movements sleek and poised. Elaborate. The ways of human groups diverge from those of wolf packs. When people vanish, masses of others mobilize with advanced gear and organized efforts that match your prowess. I locked eyes with its glowing yellow gaze, holding it steady like a true leader would. You see it as stalking lone targets, but in truth, you're provoking an entire species numbering 7 billion strong. Go on. I could guide you toward smarter predation. Select victims unlikely to spark inquiries. Choose spots where vanishings evade massive hunts. Time strikes to align with storms or incidents that mask activity. I advanced a pace closer to the alpha. Improved yields, heightened excitement, reduced peril. The alpha regarded me steadily for what felt like ages. The surrounding pack had frozen in place. You'd assist us in preying on your fellow humans with greater precision. I'd equip you to thrive amid humanity's encroachment across every corner of the planet. Adapt and share space with us, or risk eventual exposure and eradication. Those are the sole viable paths ahead. The harvest moon grazed the horizon. Moments more, and it would drop away, closing the trial. Your idea reflects true pack command, the alpha remarked deliberately, prioritizing enduring plans over fleeting urges, safeguarding the group's welfare beyond self-interests. A true alpha always puts the good of the whole pack first. Indeed, the alpha's shape started changing as the moon's influence faded. It grew more feral, resembling a wolf far more than a man. Welcoming, rather than menacing. It echoed welcoming rather than menacing. It echoed with approval. As the moon dipped below the horizon, I found myself in a woodland glade, encircled by a dozen ordinary-seeming wolves, impressive in size, yet devoid of any otherworldly aura. Their gazes held a sharp awareness, poised for my instructions. "Head back to your grounds," I commanded, oddly at ease directing these mystical beasts. "Stick to pursuing only wild game until the next harvest moon arrives." Come that cycle, We'll gather here again to establish guidelines for ethical hunts. The wolves vanished into the dim light before sunrise, abandoning me to the realization that my existence had grown immensely tangled. Nearby, about a quarter-mile off, I discovered Gary bound yet safe, with no recollection beyond his initial evening's rest. His gear lay in ruins, though he chalked it up to a bear ransacking his site during a trek. I kept the truth from him forever. Nowadays, my efforts focus on crafting alerts for those lunar peaks and subtly steering visitors away from risky spots amid particular moon stages. I've taken on an unspoken role as sentinel, shielding people from shifters and vice versa. The Cherokee wisdom on shared living holds true. It demands outsmarting your companions. Each month, as the harvest moon crests over Brasstown Bald, it hits me that I'm the head of Georgia's fiercest group. I ponder whether that casts me as hunter or defender. Perhaps the line blurs entirely. I'm Marcus Ravencraftoft, and for 2 decades I've served as a ranger in Jefferson National Forest. Prior to that, 3 years in Vietnam honed my skills, navigating dense jungles where visibility vanished beneath your boots while pursuing Viet Cong. I believed I grasped terror. I figured I'd mastered the ways of hunters. I couldn't have been more mistaken. It was December 1st, 1981, amid Virginia's harshest winter in generations. Drifts reached 8 feet in spots, and temps lingered below freezing for a fortnight straight. My post lay in the Mount Rogers High Country, amid spruce so dense they shrouded daylight even at noon. The closest settlement, Troutdale, sat 18 miles away via a slope that shut down for half the season. Isolation grated on many rangers. Not on me. Post-Vietnam, silence was my salve. These peaks offered no scorn for night terrors or startles from cracking twigs. In this terrain, vigilance meant survival. That Tuesday, Sheriff Dale Morningstar's radio call broke through the interference, his tone weary. "Marcus, you copy?" "Affirmative, Dale. Another incident. A farmer along Cabin Creek Road missing 6 sheep overnight. Claims it ain't typical slaughter." I jotted notes. This marked the 4th raid on stock in a fortnight, mirroring the prior ones, but graver. Elias Godbay's tilled these hills 40 years running. Never witnessed him this rattled. I knew Elias well, a rugged vet from Korea. If he'd flinched, it merited a look. "On my way shortly," I replied. "Marcus, load up survival kit. Front's rolling in by evening. Could trap you there." The trip spanned an hour over iced paths. Elias's homestead nestled in a dip hemmed by shadowy evergreens. Upon arrival, he waited outside the barn, puffing a smoke with unsteady grip. "Ranger Ravencraftoft." He tipped his head. "Grateful you're here? Walk me through it, Elias." He guided me to the rear field. The sight churned my gut. 6 sheep sprawled amid the white, yet none devoured. Necks ripped with eerie neatness. So much blood had pooled that the surrounding snow gleamed crimson. Flesh left pristine. "What beast strikes this way?" Elias wondered aloud. I crouched by the closest body. The wounds didn't match. Oversized for coyote jaws. Ill-suited to bear bites. "Notice any sounds overnight?" "Oddly, no," Elias replied. My hounds stayed mute. No bleats from the flock. Pure quiet. This dawn, though, he gestured at the tree line. My eyes traced the motion, spotting them. Impressions in the frost from woods to herd and retreat. But these defied ordinary pause. Enormous, surpassing any wolf trace I'd known, and bipedal in gait. "My dogs have been off kilter lately," Elias added. Refuse the forest come nightfall. Yesterday even my aging hound hunkered in the stable. I gauged the prints with my tool. 14 inches, wolf-like pads, but bearing a human heel. Gaps of 8 feet per step. The creature behind them towered at minimum 7 feet, striding erect. Ever come across tales of the duo? Marcus? Elias murmured softly. I glanced up at him. What did you say? It's an old German tale my granddad shared. He claimed his folks carried it over from the old world when they first came to these hills. A beast that moves on 2 legs like a man but schemes with the cunning of the devil himself. Elias, you know I haven't. I get that you dismiss folklore. But Marcus, I've spent my entire life in these mountains. I recognize every hunter, every footprint, every noise. This doesn't feel right. I rose to my feet, shaking the snow from my pants. My rational side whispered it could be big hounds or a group of wild beasts. Yet 2 decades of pursuit in the wild screamed otherwise. These prints carried intent, a sharpness of mind. They hinted at strategy. I'm heading after the path, I told him. Let's see where it goes. Stay out of those trees by yourself, Marcus. Night's closing in fast. I scanned the heavens. Ominous clouds were gathering, and the breeze carried the scent of fresh snowfall. I'll watch my step. The trail plunged right into the fir woods, tracing what seemed like an ancient game trail for deer. But the farther I ventured into the thicket, the more an eerie chill gripped me. Utter quiet. After 2 decades as a ranger, I'd never known a woodland so hushed. No chirps from birds, no rustling from rodents, no scamper of critters in the brush. The breeze itself felt stifled, like the pines were frozen in suspense. The prints stretched on for about half a mile until they opened into a modest glade. Right in the middle stood something that halted me cold. A stack of skeletons, mainly antlered heads from deer, laid out in a flawless ring encircling what appeared to be a rest spot. The ground was compressed in an 8-foot ring, marred by dark patches of dried blood. This had to be a lair or a spot for meals. But what turned my veins to ice was the discovery at the clearing's rim. Additional prints. Recent ones. No more than an hour fresh, pointing directly toward Elias's property. I trailed the fresh marks back in the direction of the homestead, slipping along as silently as my military drills had drilled into me. The route twisted through the gloomier stretches of timberland, where the fir limbs wove so densely they created a corridor of gloom. That's when it hit me. A noise unlike anything in my experience. Deep and throaty, reminiscent of a wolf's snarl, yet laced with a cleverness that sent prickles racing over my scalp. It was the rumble of a massive creature pondering. I dropped low behind a toppled tree trunk and strained to hear. The noise repeated, nearer now. Then came something that almost sent me bolting. Steps. Weighty, intentional steps crunching the snow. But these weren't the aimless meanders of wildlife. They held direction, rhythm, like a sentry on rounds. Peering through the branches, I spotted a form that defied reality. A hulking silhouette shifted amid the stems, enormous and shadowy. It strode erect on hind legs, but its stance was off for any person, too stooped, too muscled across the back. Its skull stretched long, lupine, and as it swiveled toward me, those eyes caught the faint daylight like polished glass. For 3 seconds, our gazes locked over 40 yards of woodland. Then it grinned. Not like a person's smirk or a beast's bearing, but a hybrid leer revealing far too many fangs and betraying a wit no hunter should possess. I fumbled for my walkie-talkie, and the figure dissolved. Not fleeing or hiding, it evaporated like mist, darting through the tangled growth so swiftly my sight blurred. With trembling fingers, I activated the device. "Dale, Marcus here. You copy?" Just crackle. I attempted once more. Silence. The weather was jamming the signal, stranding me utterly isolated amid the trees with an impossible entity. Sense dictated retreating to my vehicle for backup, but years of discipline warned that this abomination hadn't finished its prowl. Elias remained at that ranch, and if the monster craved more stock, or something graver, he sat exposed. I pushed toward the house as swiftly as the heavy drifts allowed. Elias was within, sipping brew and feigning composure, though his shotgun rested by the counter, chambered and primed. "Spot anything?" he inquired. "Elias, head into town and bunk there tonight. What did you encounter?" I hesitated, unsure how to describe the impossible without seeming unhinged. A huge presence, one that has no place in these wilds. The duo. I'm not certain what it is, but it's stalking, and it fears nothing human. Elias declined with a shake. "I can't abandon the land. If I bolt at every threat to my herd, I may as well put it on the market. This predator's no ordinary foe, Elias. It's cunning. It orchestrated those attacks from last evening, and we fight it how? You figure your rifle can halt a thing that glides through thickets without a whisper." Before he could reply, his hound erupted in yaps. But this was no ordinary alert. It was the frantic, piercing cry of a creature gripped by pure dread. We snatched our arms and rushed out. The hounds were huddled in their enclosure next to the barn, crammed into the farthest corner and yowling furiously at whatever lurked in the tree line. I traced their stare and spotted it once more. The beast lingered right at the woodland's border, perhaps 60 yards off. Under the dim afternoon glow, I finally got a good look. Towering at 8 feet, its body was shrouded in thick black fur, resembling a wolf that had somehow mastered standing on 2 legs. Those limbs stretched out unnaturally long, terminating in paws that blended sharp talons with opposable digits. The skull was enormous, topped by an extended muzzle, packed with fangs and glowing eyes that betrayed an eerie, calculating mind. "Jesus Christ," Elias muttered under his breath. The entity cocked its head, appraising us as if we were mere specimens under a microscope. Then, it lifted a taloned paw and jabbed it straight in my direction. Elias gave a solemn nod. "Right at me." "It recognizes you," Elias murmured. With that, the figure pivoted and vanished into the underbrush, gliding effortlessly over rough ground that would trip up even a seasoned trekker. "That's enough," I declared. "We're getting out of here right away, Elias. This isn't about picking off stray animals at random. It's after me specifically, and it just made that crystal clear." We hastily piled our essentials into my pickup and started down toward town, just as the initial flurries of the incoming blizzard started drifting down. Yet on that winding descent along the ridge path, I couldn't dispel the sensation of pursuit. Shadows flickering amid the trunks seemed primed to conceal some colossal stalker. The breeze rustling the boughs mimicked the thud of approaching steps. Glancing in the mirror, I swore I caught a shadowy form matching our vehicle's speed, bounding parallel through the woods at a velocity that defied logic. Once we hit Troutdale, I keyed the radio to reach Dale once more. At last, his transmission broke through the interference. Been attempting contact for 2 hours. What's your location? In town with Elias. Dale, there's serious trouble on Mount Rogers. Something enormous. Something lethal. What sort of something? I glanced at Elias, who dipped his head with a dark resolve. Something that slays for amusement and reasons like a person. Marcus, signal's fading. Repeat that. Static swallowed the line entirely. The tempest was intensifying, severing every link to the broader world. We were cut off in Troutdale, sharing the space with the hunter prowling the peaks overhead. And deep down, I sensed it wouldn't confine itself to those heights for much longer. We bunked at Dale's place that evening, alternating guard duties. Near midnight on my turn, a noise chilled me to the core. Footfalls crunching in the fresh powder outdoors. Not the tread of any person. Far too weighty, too methodical. They prowled around the building in a lazy loop, as if gauging distances. I roused Dale silently, gesturing at the pane. He snatched his duty pistol and edged toward the entrance while I watched the rear. The steps halted on the veranda. We held our breath in total quiet for a solid 10 minutes. Then came the sound that almost shattered my composure. Scraping. Methodical, intentional rasps on the entryway, like etching symbols into the timber. Dawn revealed the scars. 4 ragged slashes carved into Dale's door, far too exact for mere accident. They aligned into a distinct shape, an arrow aimed back up the mountain route. A warning. Dale observed. I countered. I affirmed with a heavy nod. Come morning, Mrs. Henderson failed to unlock the general store. Dale checked on her and discovered the rear entrance ripped from its frame. The kitchen lay in ruins, but she had vanished. We spotted her prints in the drifts behind the shop, normal human strides fleeing into the timber pursued by those enormous carnivore imprints. Oddest detail, her steps indicated full sprint, yet the beasts suggested a casual stroll. It was toying with her. We tracked the path for about half a mile until we stumbled on Mrs. Henderson's remnants. The monster had staged her corpse smack in a tiny glade, deliberately placed for us to find from the path. Yet another signal. I explained to Dale. By afternoon, 3 others disappeared. The Garretts, residing on the town's fringe. Their home stood deserted, supper still steaming on the plates, with Prince departing the rear into the wilds. This round, we pursued with reinforcements, Dale, me, and 6 locals volunteering. But the signs looped us through the thickets for 3 hours straight before the truth hit. We were being steered. Attempts to double back met with new trails obstructing the way. Detours via side paths revealed sudden log jams that weren't present yesterday. I warned Dale. I couldn't say, but whatever the destination, it promised nothing good. The trail of Prince guided us to a derelict mine shaft, left empty since the 1940s. Right at the opening, we stumbled upon the Garrett family's remains. They weren't merely deceased, they'd been arranged like macabre sentinels flanking the entrance, deliberately placed to warn off intruders. A blatant declaration. Enter my domain at your peril. That's when Dale declared, "We're alerting the state troopers, the National Guard, whatever resources we can muster. The radio's still out from that storm." I countered that we'd have to fend for ourselves until the skies improved. Next, we fortified the perimeter encircling the settlement. We armed the civilians, set up sentry points. "Dale," I gestured toward the earth near the shaft. "Examine the prints." The snow encircling the mine teemed with enormous paw marks. Not a handful, scores of them. Whatever this beast was, it had frequented the spot for days, perhaps longer. This was its lair, I pieced together. It had orchestrated the entire ordeal. Orchestrated what? Exactly? No time for speculation. A noise halted our group in its tracks. Howling, yet not solitary, several cries reverberating from the shaft's depths. "God Almighty," a voice murmured. "More than one of them." I strained to discern the echoes. At least 3 separate tones, possibly 4. A pack. "Back to town, everyone," I urged. "Immediately." We bolted through the woods at a reckless pace amid the heavy drifts, sensing pursuit in our wake. Never near enough for a glimpse, yet persistently present. Flickers of motion amid the timber line, hovering beyond effective shooting distance. They were chaperoning us to the village, much like escorts marching captives. Upon arriving in Troutdale, I rallied the survivors inside the church, its sturdy stone barriers the sole defense against something massive and relentless. "How many are unaccounted for?" I queried Dale. 7, factoring in Mrs. Henderson and the Garretts. "Total population of Troutdale?" 134, us included. Quick calculations in my head. It had claimed 1 in every 5 residents, but selectively. The isolates, those on the fringes, culling the outliers. But to what end? The ultimate pursuit. As though summoned by the thought, the baying resumed, not from the ridge this time, but from Troutdale's own lanes. The chorus approached from 3 sides, north, south, east of our refuge. They'd hemmed us in. "Why no lookout on the west?" Dale hissed. I understood the reason all too well. That's the escape route they're luring us toward. Peering through the church panes, we spotted silhouettes gliding along the blanketed roads. Towering black figures striding on 2 legs, yet slinking with the fluid menace of apex predators. In the fading twilight, their gazes gleamed like polished silver. "How many out there?" a voice inquired. "No fewer than 4, I estimated. Possibly additional." The call ceased abruptly. In the ensuing quiet, their advance grew audible. Ponderous steps pulverizing the frost, prowling the structure akin to predators encircling a beacon. Then one uttered words. Not a wail, but speech, gravelly as millstones clashing, yet articulating precise English. "Marcus Ravencraft-oft." Every head in the sanctuary swiveled my way. "Emergy Marcus Ravencraft-oft. We have unfinished matters." "It knows who you are," Dale breathed. "Commandos always identify their key objective," I responded. "Marcus Ravencraft-oft. You have 30 seconds. "Absolutely not," Dale protested. But I was already heading for the exit. "Stay put, and they'll breach these walls, dooming us all. Marcus, these entities are cunning predators. They've schemed this for weeks. We're breathing only because they seek me out in particular." I verified my rifle and sidearm, fully aware they'd prove futile against beings that outpaced any mortal. I instructed Dale. I swung open the church door and ventured into the drifts. 4 loomed in the roadway, forming a casual arc. Bathed in lunar glow, their forms revealed themselves fully for the first time. Awe-inspiring yet horrifying. 8 feet in stature, shrouded in ebony pelt that devoured illumination like voids. Their visages evoked wolves, but those eyes burned with sapient cunning. They balanced erect as humans, exuding a feral potency beyond any man's grasp. The biggest, positioned squarely before me, addressed me once more. 2 decades you've patrolled these peaks, it intoned. 2 decades disrupting our pursuits, meddling in our chases. These territories are humanity's, I asserted. Sanctuaries under law. Strength claims all domains, it countered. This truth you grasp? You're a fighter. I'm a park warden. A slayer. The jungles of Vietnam honed that edge. How could it fathom my war history? How any detail of my past? We've observed you, Marcus Ravencraftoft, analyzed your tactics. You stalk as we do, pursue as we do, reason as we do. I'm worlds apart from your kind. You slaughtered in Vietnam and relished every moment. That struck a raw nerve. Deep in the Vietnamese jungle, pursuing Viet Cong, there were times when the pursuit consumed me entirely, when the act of taking a life felt disturbingly gratifying. But that was combat. I responded, "This is combat too. Your species invades our lands. You multiply uncontrollably like vermin and devour resources like a plague. Your species demands control through slaughtering the blameless, starting with the bold, the guides, the guardians. Eliminate you, and the survivors scatter or perish without resistance." It felt justified. In Troutdale, I was the sole veteran with combat experience, the only soul capable of rallying a real stand. 1-on-1, the beast proposed. You against me. Victory for me means we abandon these peaks for a full year. My triumph secures this domain outright. Decline, and we seize it regardless, but with agonizing deaths for all, drawn out, torturously slow. I glanced toward the church where 36 souls relied on me for survival. Location? The mine shaft, our initial boundary claim. At first light. Why delay till sunrise? For the first time, it bared those horrific fangs in what passed for a grin. The chase thrills more, when the quarry has moments to dwell on its fate. They dissolved into the gloom amid the structures, stranding me in the drifts. Back at the church, Dale stood ready. So, a duel at dawn. Mano a mano at the mine. Marcus, that's suicide. It's the sole shot for anybody. Skip it and they'll butcher the whole settlement. Then we bolt, load folks into vehicles and bolt. To where? These horrors clock 60 miles per hour across thick woods. You figure rigs on frozen ridges can escape? Dale saw the truth in my words. We were cornered. There's another path, I added. Risky as hell. What's that? The shaft's their lair, yet it's tight quarters. Lure the alpha inside, isolated from the group, and I could bring the passage down. You'd die in the rubble. Perhaps, but superior chances than for the rest. The pre-dawn hours dragged as I readied myself, polishing firearms despite knowing they'd prove useless, inspecting equipment, scribbling notes in case discovery came. Above all, my mind replayed Vietnam, navigating verdant mazes where shadows concealed lethal threats. mastering the predator's mindset, embracing it when survival demanded. Perhaps the monster spoke truth. In Morning Glow, the opening shifted. Less. In Morning Glow, the opening shifted. Less a forsaken pit, more the maw of a ravenous beast. The thing awaited. Under sun, its majesty intensified. 8.5 feet of sinew and frame, shrouded in pelt black enough to swallow rays. Eyes gleamed yellow-green, brimming with an eerie, otherworldly cunning. "You arrived," it noted. "I keep my pledges." Indeed, true fighters grasp the code of honor. It had picked the spot with intent. The clearing near the entry shed, all foliage, allowing free movement, while positioning the shaft right at its rear. Maneuver it rearward somehow. "Your arms won't save you," it remarked, eyeing my rifle and sidearm. "We've endured man's iron for ages. Then why this ritual duel? Why spare me now? You're no mere quarry, you're a rival." "Clan," I ventured, aiming to unsettle. "My clan," I ventured, aiming to unsettle. "My offspring, groomed to wrest these heights from intruders like you. The count? Sufficient." It sprang abruptly, velocity defying its bulk. I veered aside, tumbling through powder, rising to unleash shots. Rounds struck true in the torso, yet inflicted no more than flea nips. It halted, inspected the punctures, and chuckled. "Now yours," it growled. The paw's blow slammed my torso, hurling me 10 feet airborne. I crashed roughly, ribs splintering, but breathing. It toyed with me. I retreated crab-like to the entry, it advancing leisurely. In Nam, how many foes fell to you? What difference? Slaughter reshapes the soul, reveals its core. Truth stung. Amid the canopy, I'd unearthed a shadowed facet of myself, one that savored the prowl, the ambush, the conqueror's rush. I ended them to shield my squad. "You ended them as a hunter akin to ours," it countered. Another claw lash, and evasion failed me. Rents tore across my spine, 3 gashes profound to expose skeleton. Blood drained, vigor faded, yet proximity to the shaft grew. "Ally with us," it urged. "Humans falter, but you hold promise. We don't prey on the harmless. Your species ravages all it encounters. We take lives swiftly just to live. Yours lingers in destruction for greed." I had no rebuttal there. People had scarred these peaks far worse than any beast ever managed. Yet that truth didn't justify what this monster was doing. It seized my neck and hoisted me into the air. Those talons squeezed harder, choking my breath away. "Got any final thoughts, Marcus Ravencraftoft?" Summoning every ounce of remaining power, I yanked the pins from the 2 grenades in my survival pouch. "Yeah. Fire in the hole." The beast's gaze bulged at the sight of them. It hurled me aside and spun to flee, but the moment had passed. The blast roared through the narrow mine opening like thunder. The thing let out a shriek, part locomotive wail and part wounded beast, as the force hurled it deep into the tunnel. Chunks of rock and rubble poured down while the passage caved in. I dragged myself clear of the mouth as quickly as my wounds permitted, the ground trembling beneath me as massive boulders entombed the shaft for good. Once the haze cleared, solitude enveloped me, though faint howls echoed from afar. The group grieving their alpha, or perhaps plotting retribution. I reached Troutdale right as Dale and the search crew set out toward the ridge to find me. I muttered. The entire structure gave way. That was the cover we'd settled on. The final paperwork pinned the vanished folks on a freak late winter slide that triggered the cave-in, too. Matter settled. But I hold the real story. I took down their chief, yet the others roam free. Come each harsh winter, when drifts pile high and the mercury plunges past freezing, those cries drift from the ridges. They're biding their time. And on the bitterest evenings, I catch myself at the glass, staring off to Mount Rogers, imagining the rush of dashing with them under the shadowed trees. The fiend nailed one point at least. Taking a life alters you deep down, and perhaps I'm closer to their nature than I'd care to confess.